blending with the cool kids. I wear it if the shoe fits, yeah. Designer brand exclusive. I wear it once and lose it for the next best thing. One quick slip and get out of frame. No one really seems together. Got an ego, can't explain. No, icy boy with diamonds on my frozen soul. Spending all my money on expensive clothes. What's it take to get me on the radio? Slow down for me, goddamn, slow down for me. Icy boy, I'm an icy boy. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Yeah, icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Slow down for me, yeah.
take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. competition. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of. Doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of. Doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who won it? No problem. We mobbing. In the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping. Throwing raves, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Word like me, had them stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes fell trying to have that price. Either yo cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays dudes never had that fight. When the first boy better burst your pipes.
hotties and hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is will you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when the punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is will you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. My pain. Light a fire so the world can see. There's a fight and a rage deep down in the heart of me.
Vamos in a crucial fight against one of the heavy hitters of the lobby. Pouring down the hill, looks for the spray, and Mazzara wins the trade.
Want the same to happen. This is a 1v1 essentially, as Lang X looking to swing on through on the side of the tree.
Açıldı. Bastığını biliyor. Rakibi burada bastığını biliyor. Artık bu.
So open your eyes and see the fight I have burns inside of me.
Welcome back, everyone, to another day here. It's day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Europe Championship Spring 2022. I can't say the H word today, but I'm your presenter, Jason Kaplan. Maxman thinks he's smart, but I am even smarter, even though his head does look massive. You guys at home, though, who are watching, make sure to check us out on all social medias here. We want to see what you guys have to say about the show, what everything's been going on in your life. We want to hear your life story, potentially. Maybe you want to see how you're watching PMPL, as we did see a couple of people just yesterday. We even had a surprise show from Pepe. In the meantime, though, if you guys remember the end of our PMPL Western European season, we had a lovely little competition with How We Can Drink Monster, which is our official energy drink partner here at the show. You can unleash your beast, as we saw Max do yesterday, and maybe I'll ask Kalaris to show me how he would unleash his beast, though I think I saw it actually back in Cologne, if I'm not mistaken, in our old office. But obviously I can't do this alone. I already mentioned their names before. Let's bring in their beautiful faces so you can see them at home. We got Maxman, we got Kalaris there on the very end. Gentlemen, how are you doing today? Max, let's start with Kalaris.
I was doing fine, but now I'm going to be self-conscious about my big head, apparently, which I did not know
Max,
I had.
You kill me.
Yeah, I don't know.
You kill me.
And I was doing good until now, but yeah, fantastic day 1. I can't wait to get back into it with a Kalaris that doesn't have a big head. Yeah.
Well, now I know which analyst is listening and isn't listening. Kalaris, I'm sorry he spoke over you there. How are you doing today?
I know. It's unbelievable, isn't it? I'm doing all right. And I love your collar, actually, Jason, for today. It's looking really pristine, really crisp.
Thanks, it's looking great. It doesn't want to sit straight, but you know what? We'll go with it. It's this weird kind of shirt, but you know, either way. One thing I do love, not only Maxman, even though I'm so mean to him, I love how he looked around like, wait a minute, what did he say? Because he was unsure of why I said that you could listen to
He's on
Kalaris, but he couldn't. For you guys at home, though, let's move past this, right? It's all about the events, all about the $40,000 for first place, $150,000 in total. Let's take a look at how the overalls turned out, though, after our first 6 matches, which is what's going to be happening throughout each day. We got REDOXbot taking first place at over 100 points. They're looking really reminiscent to me of Gainlord when we had in Western Europe, able to put up those kind of points.
Yeah, I had some really big question marks when it comes to REDOXbot and how they were going to perform on this type of stage without like the huge amount of international experience a lot of the Turkish teams have. And man, they blew those expectations out of the water already. I'm super pumped with what they were able to showcase. And actually, out of the top 5 fraggers of the entire day 1, 3 of those come from REDOXbot. So it's not just like that 1-2 players that are popping off. Like, it's the entire squad really putting the team forward. So yeah, I'm sold, and I hope they can try to keep that consistency on board for the next few days.
Yeah, it was significantly strong with consistency. I mean, the 2 wins that they had, they got 14 and 13 eliminations, respectively, in those games. And I think that one of the games that they got the 3rd place in with 11 eliminations, that could have also been a potential conversion had it not been for Surreal, holding really strong ground in some of those final circles. So REDOXbot could have been even further ahead, and that's scary for the rest of this lobby right now.
Yeah, very scary indeed. And I mean, if you look at Surreal compared to REDOXbot, right, there is like a 30 elimination difference. Just the lead in general that REDOXbot has over the other team when it comes to these elims is quite insane. I mean, we're seeing 16 over Beşiktaş, who's in 2nd place on eliminations. But looking down the list, I know, you know, Klar said it before, but Maxman, if we were to ask ourselves going into the event, which European team would be ahead of everyone else, which European team would be able to be towards the top of the leaderboards, I don't think Romanian Men would have been one of those teams.
Yeah, I would have expected, you know, Eastern Stars to have this international experience. I would expect GameLord, which are in 7th place, but having UDR Killers and Romanian Men up there came in as a very, very big surprise. And especially the impressive thing is that it's not actually Redox or Dew doing too well for Romanian Men. It's actually Sierra, which I think was a little bit up and down in the Western European PMPL. So I'm really pumped to see him do well in that first day. So hopefully they can hold on to it, because right now they are the best representative for the Western European hope. And there's still some chance, it's just the first day, but man, they surprised me, and we'll see if they can keep on to it.
Yeah, also credit to UDR Killers. I mean, previously known as Giants, back when we were seeing them in the Western European event that just happened. We got to see how Salazar's been able to change the team, helping elevate them. We got to see him obviously get the roadkill, the first one event yesterday.
He did it on purpose.
yeah, that's the funny thing, right? They just come to him. He's like a magnet for his car. But 29 placements, 15 elims. Again, the second highest Western European team. It's fantastic to see for them.
I think so. I'm particularly surprised that they did end up above GameLord, all things considered. But I mean, GameLord, they had a decent start to the day, but then it kind of tapered off. UDR Killers, I think overall right now, has shrugged completely off that curse of the very much so up and down team that we kind of saw about a year ago now, I suppose is fair to say. So nice to see that they were able to do some conversion here, but I would like to see a few more elimination points on their side if they can find themselves the right spot.
Yeah, and I want to actually see a good game from Getso, where it's not like a win given to him, literally. We saw that SonHP game where it was just like in a really strong position. They did play it really well, but I do hope that we can see them fight a little bit more for finish and actually show a little bit more guts, because they had one fight versus Romanian Men, I believe it was, where just that was a big throw. So I hope Getso can go a little bit further today in games that are not just given to them.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the second page. There's still another 8 teams that we need to talk about here. We have S2G coming in 9th place. And then we see the plethora of Western European teams. You got Clear Vision, TJB, Eastern Stars, Penta, X Team. That's 5 out of the 8 representatives in the second half of the overall rankings.
Yeah, I don't know. I was already sad about my big head comment, but now this makes me even more sad, Jason. I don't know how to feel about this one. But yeah, it's tough. But I think we did come into this with kind of those expectations in mind, right? A lot of these teams do not have that international experience, except for, you know, Eastern Stars and TJB. I expected those to be higher, at least on the top 8 page. But yeah, there's still a chance. There's only one day. There's still that potential comeback here. But yeah, it's a tough start.
I mean, tough love, right? Like, let's look at it this way. Yes, okay, yesterday was their first proper engagement on this stage with these teams in the midst of all of this. Some of them didn't have a great start. Obviously, X Team, it's a bit of a disaster. TJB, though, is a shining example of a team that can have a bad start, but then ramp up afterwards. They had 2 great games towards the end that bumped them up quite significantly. And I think one thing to take away from all of this is you might have not done great in day 1 here on the 9th through 16th, but neither did big heavy hitters like Nextruya or fastPay Wildcats from the Turkish region as well. So by that token, you can probably infer the fact that this lobby is stacked, but you can probably hang alongside these guys going into the next days and kind of reevaluate your position.
Klaus, I'm gonna make you look even smarter, right?
Thanks.
TJB, no problem. TJB got 3 out of their 37 points in the first 4 matches. That's it.
Exactly. Yeah,
and then they get a 2nd place with 6 elims and a 3rd place with 6 elims.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at those first couple of games and we were like, oh no, this is an absolute, you know, this is heartbreak, right? But they know now, even just from those 2 games alone, okay, yeah, this is doable. This is a nice little boost for us in terms of confidence going up against some of these teams that maybe we felt a little bit pressured by, a little bit scared of coming in, because everyone was touting the idea that the Turkish teams were going to be able to steamroll. And they have done very well in day number 1, but there are still days to come.
Yeah, many days to come indeed. We still have 3 days of action. That's going to be 18 matches left to go, and then even a secret match to happen on the final day after everything is over. But one thing we did want to compare, and one thing we always really talk about, right, is having a really good marriage between placement points and elimination points. And 2 teams have kind of done the complete opposites of the spectrum here. If we compare both of them, we have Getso up against S2G. Now, Getso, way more limbs than eliminations, we'll see here, and S2G, way more limbs than placements. And obviously, we kind of tend to lead towards the team that generally has more eliminations, since those are typically harder to get. But we can kind of see like a breakdown of the average stats here between those 2 teams in that first day of play.
I mean, definitely when you're looking at SG in particular, right, this is a team that can frag out big time, but the main issue with that is that they start fragging out early in the game, which is good, but they lose players. I think we remember that one game where they took a fight in Gatka position and they were down to only Soulless and then you got res onto Kecthie, but sure, you get full eliminations, but you're down to 2 players. Are you going to get a win with 2 players when still 15 other teams, or well, 14 teams then are still alive? Not really. So taking those fights are good, but if they don't allow you to get really far into the game and to potentially aim for those wins, maybe you should try and change things up a little bit and actually go for a more long game focused game style.
And of course, Getso yesterday, you know, they got themselves a chicken dinner, which is extremely respectable in this lobby in round 4. But if you look at the disparity between where they are currently on the leaderboard compared to every other team that got themselves a chicken dinner, they're lagging behind. And as you said, Jason, that is in those eliminations. I mean, getting that chicken dinner, yeah, but you only had 5 eliminations. You got yourself a 2nd place at the very end of the day, but it was only 1 elimination. This is concerning for me for Getso in terms of the overall form of what you're seeing here in this lobby. They need, again, more eliminations on the board if they want to challenge for the top spots.
Well, the thing is, I'm looking at average placements between the 2 teams, and they're both 9, right? They both have an average placement of 9th place. Getso had a chicken dinner on Sandhawk because obviously the position they had, and S2G, I believe, didn't get a chicken dinner at all yesterday. So in my head, actually, S2G are definitely going to be the stronger team right now. If you remove that 1 match from Getso, S2G are miles ahead of that team. So for Getso, I think the pressure's really on for them. S2G, just keep doing what you're doing. Obviously, you have to kind of improve every day, right, to catch up to the other teams. But they're still looking overall pretty damn solid. Now, when we talk about, obviously, the maps we have in the event, we're obviously cycling between 3 of them. We got Sandhawk once a day, we got Miramar twice a day, and Erangel 3 times a day. It really makes us curious about who are our top performers when it comes to these maps, because those are the teams you're going to expect to be the ones to put up the big points when we do get to them. And right now, I think the really interesting thing for me is seeing a team be so consistent and so good on Miramar. This average damage out of Regnum, 1900 a match is ridiculous.
I'm looking at the average eliminations, average of 13.5 over the course of 2 games. Of course, you're going to expect that to go down, pretty significantly. If it doesn't, that'll be really impressive. But that amount is actually insane. Here's
the thing. Regnum Carrier, average placement on Miramar, #1. Why? Because they won both Miramars yesterday. So this is an important thing to look at. They won the first one with 14 eliminations and the second one with 13 eliminations. We need to keep our eye on them going into Miramars. If they can continue that, okay, 2 games is a small sample size, right? But you don't get 2 wins back-to-back on Miramar in a lobby quite like this without breaking a few eggs and making it happen. Bake me a cake, boys. Make another one happen on Miramar today.
I mean, they could. Yeah, I don't know where you're going either, but you said cake, and I was all in for it. Looking down the list, though, seeing Sandhawk again get we're kind of expect that, right? We've only had it played once, so of course they're going to have, you know, the best performance on it. But looking to Erangel, I mean, that is our most played map throughout every single day, 3 times a day. That's going to be 3, 6, 9, 12 times an entire event. And Surreal's been able to put up, again, like pretty decent results considering they have an average placement of 5.
Yeah, Surreal especially are able to give himself those 2 wins. It's been amazing. But I think that we have especially 2 other teams that are going to be looking at to potentially contest Surreal's position here, because that out of those 2 wins, Surreal, they were a little bit more invisible in those other games, I would have to say, unfortunately for them. And you had some really good presence from teams like Game Lord, from teams like Fireflux too. So seeing how things are going so far, I might expect another team to be the top performer on Erangel. But good start from Surreal. Question is, can they hold on to it? That's what we're going to be seeing in these next 6 games today.
Yeah, I have a little bit of question marks about Surreal. Even though they're 3rd place, and even though they got themselves 2 chicken dinners, that's great and stuff like that. But the 2 wins that they got, some parts of it were slightly fortunate positioning. The first one, obviously, they're on the embankment against that riverside, and then the other teams are kind of fighting against one another. The later one, they've got themselves the correct compounds to be able to play from, which does convert into a win. So I want to see them on Erangel when they're under pressure, because the second Erangel they played, 12th with 0 eliminations. I want to see if that pressure continues here on Erangel for them.
Well, speaking of under pressure, Max, I believe you, before the day started today on the show, you mentioned that they're playing with a coach.
Yes, actually, because one of their players has not been able to play for this tournament. So actually, they've got the coach, which is Vampon, and he's got a lot of experience through the last PMPL in Turkey, and he's been getting so much better at the game in such a small amount of time. And it's actually a really big storyline that's being built in Turkey currently. So yeah, sure, he was not the best performer from the team yesterday, but able to have your coach actually lead as a player and have that really good macro to help them get those 2 wins, really help them out get those 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah, makes it even more impressive that they're doing so well here so far in the event, but we'll see if they can continue along throughout the day, as we're going to continue along now and take a look at, well, we just saw our top teams on maps. Let's take a look at our top players, and considering how the first day went with Regnum so high up on the leaderboard, kind of expected to have Loxy and Beestack with this phenomenal hair be here in our top 3.
Absolutely glorious, isn't it?
Blink would look great. Photoshop Blink's face on him, and I would be like, yep, Blink, keep it.
It would be the perfect
Send it.
blank. You're right. It'd be the perfect blank. But I'll tell you what else is perfect, to be honest. Peace. What we saw from him in the Turkish region, now coming into here as well, getting 19 eliminations. Beşiktaş currently, yes, second place, not quite number 1. Likewise, though, I think they're going to be hungry for number 1, considering they didn't get number 1 in their region, but we're still taking those MVP spots, right? I compare Peace to a Europe West Icy, you know, in league play, right? That's the caliber of players we're talking about here in terms of overall star power, Max.
He's like an Icy that actually qualified. So that's a pretty
the
cool
one.
one. Yeah. Oh, man. And actually looking at the two other players from Regnum, you've got Loxy and Beast, who did amazing, 15 eliminations apiece, like looking great. But actually, if you would look even further in 4th place, you have Wild, also from Regnum Kara Esports. So, man, the entire team, as I said earlier, looking at the rankings, they are popping off. And that's like, I think, a team that can hold on to 1st place if they keep playing like this. So I'm stoked for Regnum to see if they can do it again.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out shortly. Let's take a look at our schedule now to get you guys caught up to date on what we're going to be playing and when. And you can see here, again, as I mentioned before, we have the 3 Erangels, the 2 Miramars, and the 1 Senhawk. But the difference is we'll be ending things off on Miramar every single day instead of normally ending things off on Erangel. But it's been interesting to see it. And again, I like how we're not putting so much emphasis on Sandhawk. Also, I'm a little bit sad to see TJB not survive so long healing off when we did see the 1 Sandhawk yesterday. It's not seem true to the style we had happen in Western Europe. But it's still, I think, great to see it. And I think down the line, adding in some more Battlegrounds would be also even more interesting if that does happen. Just want to see. I was looking for Max. Like, what is he gonna do? He's gonna give like a ooh or anything like that. Well, you guys at home who are watching, we mentioned before we got to see how some of you are watching PMPL Europe Championship. We want to see how you guys are watching today. So make sure to tweet to us. You can see down here below PMPL EU Champ and let us know and show us how you're doing it. Again, anytime you have me on camera or in that picture as well, kudos to you. Extra props as well. But let's throw it over to our commentators because we don't need to see our faces anymore. I want to see their beautiful faces. So let's kick off the first match of the day.
Sounds good. Let's go for it. Let's get involved in that first match of the day over to Erangel yet again. Me, John Allen, Blank with me, John Allen, who is going to be looking at this first game. I don't know where that's got away from me. I'll be honest. But we're going to have a good time. I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, we always have a good time. I mean, I'd really stuttered there because I was like, am I muted? I'm not. I had it under control today. We're all good. We're all good to go. Yeah, maybe that would be the perfect blank, but I respect right now. I've got the emotional look going on today, straight from Bring Me the Horizon. That's absolutely fine. We've run with it. Yeah, bring it down a little bit. Yeah, we can be a bit angsty today. That's fine. But I hope that some of these teams will get a little bit angsty because some of them towards the bottom of the tables really need to step up the game now. Coming into day 2, it is time to perform. This is a sprint, as we will always say in these tournaments. You really need to put up those numbers, and I think Regnum being a full 30 points ahead of anyone is kind of unreal. And I think, you know, the guys on the desk were talking about that 13.5 average elimination mark on Miramar. John, goodness me.
Yeah, and when you consider, you know, the current margins that we're looking at, 30 points, sometimes deep into a tournament, you kind of expect to see that. But when you're looking at this, it's about 30% ahead of everybody else, right? They're getting 30% more points per game right now, which is kind of insane. It is over 6 games, and maybe that's going to change. People have done their revision specifically about just what's going on with Regnum Kaya, but maybe we'll be a little bit more prepared today for their aggression, for their positioning, for their pure efficacy in this tournament so far.
Yeah, I think it is weird though, because, you know, those Miramar numbers would suggest like an aggressive playstyle, right? But from what we saw yesterday, especially that second Miramar of the day, it was all about control for them a lot of times, even though they got themselves into pretty precarious positions, right, John? Inside the ditch between them, TJB, and I believe it was Getso. That was an incredible performance them to actually win that game out, and those wins don't come very often. You do have to be very skilled to pull those off. Again, just getting rid of those off angles was such good fantastic work from those teams to make it happen. So Regnum, hopefully they can continue that kind of push today towards that top side. If they do fall down, you know, this is the worst time to be falling off at the top of the leaderboard, because you want to continue that push on the top side and make sure you're going to day 3 with an even bigger buffer. But if you let teams catch up now, this is where it kind of becomes all for naught. And we have quite easily seen before in previous tournaments, teams at like 30 points ahead of anyone else have terrible, terrible days. So that's what I'm watching out for here for teams at the top. Specifically though, John, for Romanian Men. And I think Max and Clarissa are saying it's a big surprise to see them here at the top for us as our EU team. I think Jason was making a really good point about that. I had no idea this would be the team at the top. So for them, really right now, dropping down towards Primosk area, this is very much out the way of Gatka. I want to see these guys continue to stay on form. And with this kind of circle, there is a massive chance for it.
Yeah, this western-leaning playing path, the southwestern circle popping there right on top of them, as you say, it's going to be kind to them. It is going to be fairly decent weather, a good outlook for them. The teams further up to the north, probably not super chuffed, but everybody within striking distance. The teams that this is going to affect most, I imagine, is the teams looking to go to Milta towards Novo as well.
Yeah, I think that's going to be difficult for those types of teams. And for Game Lord in particular, there's going to have to be a shift of gameplay style, right? Because you don't want to be heading towards Lipovka, Mansion, Prison split anymore. It is so out of the way, and you don't want to really get caught on those Potato Hill crossings where you want to head underneath or slingshot over the top side. There's going to be teams in those areas taking high ground positions, scouting out nice and early. Moving from there is going to be very, very awkward, to say the least. So I'm curious to see what Game Lord ends up doing. Beşiktaş heading towards Yasnaya, the very good position, and I think that if you are Game Lord, you are kind of envious of Beşiktaş at the moment, because taking up Yasnaya, which was constantly Game Lord's spot over in the Western Europe tournament, it's difficult for them now, because a lot of these rotational paths, specifically down towards the southwest, are affected a great deal.
Yeah, it's going to be fairly tricky navigation. Penta grabbing some vehicles south coast right now, 3 to a car, but they are exploring and trying to get a couple more on board. So I'll forgive them this time around. I'll forgive them their trespasses, but I'll have to try and split up a little bit more later on. Clear vision, a little bit more spread, but where we don't want you spread is across different places to be, because currently the only place we want you to be is right here on the stream, because we have a peak concurrent user milestone for the PMPL European Championship to get free rewards. If we reach 30,000 concurrent, that's going to be the Crimson Swordsman set unlocked for everyone, and the 50,000 mark will achieve the activity crates, the PMPL activity crates, 2 of those to the accounts, and 80,000 concurrent. That's going to be the PMPL 2022 Spring t-shirt, which is a permanent cosmetic.
Yeah, and there's plenty of activities inside those activity crates, so don't you worry. It's going to have you absolutely handled for the rest of your month, for the rest of your year, maybe, perhaps. Don't quote me on that one. Taking a quick look at Clear Vision, though. Down towards just underneath Rozhok at the moment on that south side in apartments. Getting themselves nice and looted. A fairly big split, but I think they can afford to do this. With them not being directly in the circle, there's not a massive chance there's going to be too many teams in this area. With that playing path to being over towards the western side of the map as well, this is a little bit more out of the way. And it is interesting to me that we do see Game Lord actually taking that Mansion split. They've not headed all the way over towards Lipovka, though, making sure to stay at least a little bit in line of direction of that circle, should they need to make a quick move. But I don't think they're going to be here too long. It's just a nice position to get looted up in the early game. But again, this is going to be a little bit problematic for them. Even if they want to head up towards Yazway, pass over the lake on that side, through Rozhok, perhaps even heading over towards Box Compound, that's going to be a very similar rotate to what I imagine Beşiktaş is going to go for.
Getso trying to get in fairly early, actually, towards this Gatka position. We saw some conflict on Gatka in previous Erangel games. The splits there, not really going super uncontested, but Getso going to late rotate down south, regroup around S2G's position in the middle of those Gatka fields.
S2G yesterday, probably one of the best plays from the entire tournament so far. I know it was only one day, but I think Solkay grabbed the hearts of practically everyone in that singular moment where he took down the entirety of a team all on his lonesome. Really, really good stuff. And that was a game that I believe it was 4 Romanian men who went down to S2G Solkay there, which was extremely unfortunate because I think that, you know, we could see 4 Romanian men even further up the tables if we didn't have that disastrous moment of thinking my guy was on the balcony, in which case he was not. He was not peering out off into the distance, having a good time. He was, in fact, behind the staircase, which was communicated just a little bit too slowly if you did miss it yesterday. Go back and take a watch because it was incredible. But S2G now, I think the desk, John, saying that they had a good elimination count. I think Jason brings up a good point of saying, you know, if you can frag out, that's great news, and potentially you can do better than a team that's on the screen right now, like Getso, who are also with their average placements in 9th. But I do think that, you know, playing that slow game maybe is a little bit better at times. And I think for S2G, they just burn out too quickly, and that's something that Max was talking about, is their wick just burns down, and there's no candle left at the end of it. Whereas you got a slow burner like Getso, we'll see what they can do, but already not coming their way.
Good start to the hold for X Team. Beg for mercy around the side of the garage door. Needs to get the spray down. Hits the drop shot. Nicely done. Teammates with the backup. And it's an excellent hold for X Team. Getso with 1 player now standing. Not really going to be able to do too much here. I think, yeah, that's probably the best decision you can make. Just get the hell out of there. You are not going to last too much longer. Your tires and your buggy might not last that long either.
Yeah, well, I think I can effectively say that, you know, as I was saying before, I completely agree with Jason. I think he made a marvelous point. And, you know, S2G is so much better than Getso, honestly. You can just do so much more than them. I'm going to stick to my guns. I think the slow burn is where it's at. I don't know why they took that early fight, though. Perhaps trying to shift the playstyle from yesterday. But didn't work out for obvious reasons.
Yeah, I mean, they just got picked apart, right? They moved all the way down from the northern side. They were near Everest before the start of this circle, so they really made that choice. That was a heavy rotation into the circle.
I think that's a case of trying to find a position to call your own. And honestly, I wouldn't have expected X Team to be here either, especially coming where it's that regional clash, right, between Turkey and Europe. That they don't necessarily know where all the backup drops for X Team are. And honestly, I think this is a backup drop that we've not actually seen from X Team either in Western Europe. Typically always dropping towards Milta. I think there was a couple of Primos drops, if I'm not mistaken. But this compound right here wasn't necessarily always taken by X Team. So I think Getso had a clear plan in mind, but was just taken apart by sneaky little moves from X Team here.
Game Lord currently still very far flung, with a player out in Kecthie. 3 players over towards the mansion prison split. On your screens, though, UDR Killers just to the west of Pachinki right now, in those Pachinki hills, in some of those buildings, close to the hills. And there's Regnum Kaya just across the way, so definitely a difficult progression to be made there if they want to go a little bit closer to the center. The circle pops and heads a little bit further south, but not too many teams are going to be massively endangered by this. I'm looking up at the north, though, and that's Eastern Stars and TJB just not wanting to leave around Zaki.
No, not at all. I think this is going to be an extended clash between both these teams as well. Taking a little bit of the books out of Nova, which is not Nova, sorry, but some of our Shockwave. That's the one. I mean, they're both Supernova, Shockwave. I'm getting a little bit mixed up there. But Zaki, obviously, a spot that they took up quite frequently. But TJB, as we know, in the Western Europe tournament, they were very handy to deal with Shockwave whenever they tried to step to their position. Unfortunately, none of my predictions are coming true today as they lose a player. But I do think that Eastern Stars and Shockwave, 2 different beasts altogether.
Potentially. I mean, Eastern Stars seem to be doing fairly well on that northern side. Hopefully, they'll be able to make their way down south soon enough. On the southern coast, however, teams are vying for position. Regnum Kaya on the hillside with Tron going down. Fairly isolated as well. You can see on the hillsides, UDR Killers very, very close by, the ones giving them the trouble. But this reroute towards Tron, immediately all of the Regnum Kaya players just move straight to that spot and they back up this res.
Yeah, this is our second highest placing European team in this tournament. The UDR Killers seem to always pull out something magical when it comes to championships. Perhaps that's why they're back under the banner of UDR Killers. I remember way back in the day where they came swinging out of nowhere in some high-profile tournaments. And that's just fantastic to see, to be honest with you. I think that, like I said, that they've become more and more of a mainstay from what was a pretty rocky start. And I don't think I can even call it a rocky start anymore, or even allude to that period in time, because they have shown time and time again now that they are a very competent team. So I'm extremely happy to see them here in the European Championship. So one of my favorite teams out of a lot of these guys. It's such a bunch of talent, and they seem quite driven as well, and it's nice to see.
See if that talent can see them further up the tables than 7th, though. That's what we're going to be looking out for.
Second highest player
they're going to
team. Come on, man.
There we go. They are doing pretty well, and they're going to do even better if they can take down Beşiktaş on this north side, just to the southeast of Gatka. On the top of these buildings, they got some excellent vantage points. They found Peace, who is a crucial part of the team for Beşiktaş. It looks like they're going to invest quite a bit to going for this res, but Pocus wants to strike out, really wants to take this one down. I don't think there's going to be too much to stop him. Enjoy trying to suppress the reposition from Nano, but not really going to be able to do too much, and in fact, has to go down, has to hit the deck as there's bullets flying in from every which way. UDR Killers, they want this fight. They are trying to make this engagement happen. They're trying to take down any of the Beşiktaş players that they can see, and those nades over the top are going to do the trick. Excellently found as Enjoy follows on the knock.
Really, really good stuff there from Salazar. And a fantastic crunch coming through from the UDR Killers, to be honest with you. I'm really, really liking this. And I think this has been a staple in a lot of their engagements throughout a lot of their tournaments so far, is just that clear-cut positioning. Though, Circle will be hitting us very soon, and it's going to be going down towards the southeast, I do believe, which is going to be causing a lot of problems. It's very far down towards the southeast, with the water being very much in play still.
It's about 40% of the circle is not going to be playable in this next zone, so I imagine that elimination feed is going to be lighting up for the next minute or so.
This is a very important fight now for Romanian Men. 2 players are down, but Clear Vision looking to pick up the final members here. Rana last alive here for them, but flushes are coming out here for the 4 Romanian Men. 2 still alive behind cover for the time being, but it does seem to me like Clear Vision are finding their way with this one, and Rana is unlikely he'll pick up his 2 teammates here, and there will just be a couple of free points coming through for Clear Vision.
HAMODY needs a little bit of healing. It should be all right for now. SAMO's right there, waiting in the wings. The south coast, their sanctuary for the time being, but Flux Esports have the coast out to the west of them, out towards the south side of Ferry Pier. But there's a lot of teams looking to push on in. It's going to be very, very dangerous to these teams on the coast moving forward. Everybody's going to be looking towards them and know these positions.
Surreal, though, this has been a position where they've had some fantastic movements from before. They found this position very, very early in the game, heading right down towards the coastal side. And they tend to do very well once they get these nice central positions. Our angle has been the favorite for Surreal so far. Let's see if they can continue that kind of star power here on this map. It's something I'd like to see continuing. It's always great to see a team who's just absolutely bullhorned here on a single map that they really enjoy.
Look at some of these shots from HAMODY. Oh, onto the 4 Romanian Men. This is how they took that down. Goodness me. 1-on-1. Easy find there for HAMODY. Well, I say easy. Looked it. Certainly probably wasn't in the execution of it, but either way, that is how 4 Romanian Men were decimated. They are actually with 3 players alive currently out in the water. So they have 3 of them still standing and still going fairly strong.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, getting onto that pier is going to be extremely useful for them. But also, where the change of being able to res in water is so beneficial, because if you lose a couple of players and they can get out to the water with you, you can get your teammates back up again. So 3 players is good to go. We'll see where this next circle heads off to. Away from them. It's going to be bad for Flux and X Team 2, making their way across the beachhead. Surreal just right on the edge of this circle. On the other hand, next Ruya looking to put up some good points here, but it's Game Lord who've managed to get 4 players all the way onto this eastern side.
That's what I was, yeah, no, absolutely. That's what I was looking at. I was saying, well, I wasn't saying, I was thinking. So I was saying to myself that Akashi right now has the high ground on this lighthouse position, has such excellent sight lines across the whole of this. And the rest of Game Lord, they started moving forwards towards the western edge. They crossed that road. I'm really happy with their position right now.
Yeah, and they really took their time with it. As opposed to just following Beşiktaş immediately, they opted to just wait this one out and see if they could find a sneaky position towards the end of the game, which they actually have done. Solkay, however, does drop down on the push, and it's fastPay Wildcats who moved over from Sosnovka, picking apart the guys from Flux.
Well, hang on a minute. That might just turn around. Solkay goes down, sure, but 3 of the fastPay Wildcat are going to be eliminated, and they are going to go down. We're taking a look at the predictions, and that is an unfortunate timing as the fastPay Wildcats go down and bump Jason and Maxman off of those predictions. Kalaris now with the only horse in this race with Surreal.
Now, it's a little bit unfortunate. They come in and get just absolutely torn to bits there. It looked like a great start for that fight as well for them, but just weren't able to continue pumping the steam out of that engine. They just fell short of a tiny little whistle to end their game. But it is Surreal, like you said, a great spot. I imagine that's a prediction that comes through about a couple of minutes ago, realistically, where they had a very strong spot. But this is a nasty little shift on the circle here. But if anyone can do it, it would be Surreal. And I think that's it's a smart prediction there as well. But we will wait and see here. We'll hear some of Claris's thoughts on it after this game.
Oof, UDR Killers lose a player to Soulless from Flux. The rest of the UDR Killers want to come on in and maybe get a little bit of retribution. UDR Killers with only 1 player left. So this is the last player for the squad, Salazar. A couple of unfortunate deaths in yesterday's games, but this time around looks for 1, can't get it done for the next. Flux take down the UDR Killers, and once more they will fall on out. Flux, they have got, I think that's 4 players alive. 3 players, sorry, with 1 down, and 7 eliminations so far in the game. So far, our elimination leader.
You love to see it from Flux, though, really channeling their inner turtle, with teams just bouncing off the back of their shells at the moment, unable to quite take it to. It's a very nice little ditch they're playing in, but Kecth is moving out now down towards that beach side, jumps out, sees what he can find off in the distance. Realistically, it is next Ruya who have an unreal spot towards the center circle, with great sight lines down towards any other team that does want to come out from this position. I think it really will be this next circle that will determine it all. And I mean, I'd love to see a beachhead finish, John, but I think moving up towards the north side would cause some more problems, a bit of pandemonium, which is what we always want to see. But we do get a shift coming on our screen very soon.
Ooh, southwestern. So towards the bulk of the players in these buildings, in these situations here. Penta will have to leave with this engagement against S2G. They'll have to head south, cross that road. Dwas has a really nice angle though, so they might want to try and take this fight on Penta's side. But Silas suppressing for now.
Keep this one up, and I think this is them kind of responding to Max's earlier statement, which is take that firefight, take that firepower to the end of the game, let it be unleashed then. That's when you need to unleash the beast. Make it happen. You want to take a few fights, but strong fights, and then make yourself into that top 3 position there. But Penta starting to move through here.
S2G, they took a knock earlier, just a second ago, from next Ruya, who are a little bit further south. But in comes the push from Hamzy, gets the spray around, cuts the ankles out. Muzi is going to go down. The forward point man for Penta will fall, and Silas burns it out for the elimination point for S2G. They'll be able to pick up that. Penta, 3 players into the buggies. They need to reposition.
We'll need to leave the lads behind here now, though. 3 of them heading out straight towards Nextruya's spot here. A little bit difficult to hold the bottom floor here for Nextruya, but you've got to do it as long as possible. But there's Rip7 immediately comes in. There's no backup from the rest of the squad.
No potential there for a refrag. There's the second flush as well onto Kecth, getting an easy spray down for S2G. Frozen cooking those nades, popping it in, but only a tickle towards Rip7. Another one maybe going to be a little bit more successful, but one sent back in response. More are getting cooked up. They're not in this circle, Blank. They are not in this next zone, so they might be staying here, but they're going to have to shift down south. Just a few.
Still a great push for them. From what started off as like very hopeless up on that northern edge, moving through open fields, this was a very quickly executed play coming through from S2G onto Nextruya to give themselves at least a little bit of hope. Surreal now inside their compound.
Oof.
They are getting pressed upon though by Clear Vision. Really nice nade that comes through. Now just two players. One's on his knees up top, and a really nice nade as well. Just peeked through that window. First nade has to come through, and it's Arkan who's going to have to do something absolutely incredible to bring this one back for his team.
Doesn't have a Molotov where he could zone away those stairs. Pops the nades instead as the zoning tool. Clear Vision, who just took them out. Who
S2G
was able to come through. S2G going to be swinging on in. No, it was Fireflux moving in, playing that third-party position. Now upstairs, do they know there's players there? Do they know that Surreal have still got two? Will they have their wits about them? Beg for mercy. Taking the fight with Game Lord, but right now Nate looking to go down the stairs. Penta no now, and it's 2 versus 2. And Nate down the stairs finds a lot. That's a double knock, and looking for more as well. Could Surreal be able to stay alive here? It's just Manu, but no. Finally able to be taken down from up on high. Penta looked a little bit ropey there, but Surreal could not weather the storm.
Arkan had really struggled there. His best, to be honest with you. Just writhing himself out of a very tricky scenario multiple times, but that was just too much for him. Just get the double knock, though, down the stairs, and it's been a very, very different story should he get that final elimination onto Penta. They will get all 3 players up, but their back is to the storm at the moment. They'll have to get away from that thunder and lightning, but back into more noise as they head towards the gunfire, towards the center of the map. But it's Game Lord making the mount up, using the beachhead as cover. They crash, but it's not looking good.
And there's the side swipe as well from Eastern Stars. 2 players fall lickety split, and only the one remains now for Game Lord. Trying to piece it together is Victor. A quality player in his own right, but Bazzi, I think, knows there's a player close by. There's the spray around the side, and Victor will fall. Kapahala handles it.
8th place, though. Not too bad. Not really tournament winning performances here. Fireflux, I'd love to see their elimination count. I think they've been on an absolute tear this game, taking shots at teams from very long distances as well as repelling teams that come close by to them. Finding a 15. Knock onto Eastern Stars, goodness me.
Fireflux currently sat at 15 eliminations. They've been absolutely
Louise.
trucking this game. And there's a couple more, potentially, for them to add to the tally, picking up more eliminations, bring them up to 17 total. And a very central position. This is really good news for them.
Yeah, very, very good news indeed. I mean, what was it, 23, 24 eliminations? We saw highest total in a long, long time in Western Europe coming out from X Team. This could be the game to rival that, though. Another nade comes through onto Bazzi.
Excellently placed up on the balcony, dismantles the Eastern Stars position, and they're just picking these up. Kapahala, last standing for Eastern Stars, and out in the open, there's nothing doing. 20 eliminations now found. We breached that big 2-0. Currently, they've got a couple more players left to pick up in this lobby. They will have to shift across this hillside, though, and there's only 3 of them.
A huge talent in Kecth there, almost single-handedly dealing with Eastern Stars. Lutz, long-range action, the sniper of the team, takes shots over towards S2G and will find the shot through the blades of grass there.
They just keep on pushing. They keep on adding to this total. 21 right now, with a potential, I think, to be able to get 8 more, if I'm not mistaken. No, 7 more still on the cards if they're able to pick up every other elimination in this lobby right now. You still got 4 Romanian men going. By the way, they swam all the way across the coast. They've been playing survival for the longest time. They have 3 players alive now.
It's been kind of a real catch, though. Does get taken care of by Sarah. This is 4 Romanian men. 3 players still up. Beşiktaş ruined, removed from the game. 4 Romanian men out drowning in the water, but it looks like they've found their breath here. Back into this one, and Flux wants a little bit of revenge. Starting this game on 51 points total. Already 20 points is added to that just in elimination points alone, which is absolutely unreal stuff from them.
I think you said the record was 24 coming through. If they're able to pick up these 4 eliminations, that will put them on 25 blank. Oh, they've already got 22 actually.
Yeah, it's
and they have 5 left. They have 5 left still.
It's
Goodness me.
getting
Okay.
crazy.
My maths is all over the place.
It's all good, man. The question is, how much more materials do they have to work with? How much is still left on the workbench? I mean, this has been a sick run, to say the least, from these guys, especially in day 2 of a championship, no less. There's a lot of pressure here.
They've got to be feeling it, you'd imagine, right now. Penta in the windows. Flux with the outside position, meaning that on the next shift, as long as they're alive, they might have an advantage. But 4 Romanian men have 3 alive, so they have the numbers.
I mean, I go off on E numbers, mate, but Flux currently going off on elimination points. It's fair play to him. Whatever wakes you up in the morning, that's fair play. Penta, 1-1 split at the moment. Holes and Manu. Got a lot of respect for Manu. Really has done a lot of heavy lifting for this team. Flux with a couple of grenades. These could be placed really nicely down to 4 Romanian men. They know pretty much where they're sat, but these nades just need to go a little bit further. And I don't know if 4 Romanian men are just outside of nade range. You see these nades are popping as soon as they hit the side. Molotovs are good though, and they are outside the blue, John, so this will push them.
A long way to run for Flux in this next zone, though, so taking care of this side swipe could prove to be crucial. They don't want to take this full-on fight with Penta, but Penta are the ones who strike towards 4 Romanian men. They open up the bidding towards Rana, but Lutz wants to pick it up, and he has the final say. 23 eliminations now found for Flux. They have pushed through this Erangel incredibly well and bring the numbers back even to 2-2.
Goodness me, looks like they've shed the shell here. Gone full reptile. It's the dragon attacking these other teams. 23 eliminations. This is going to be very, very hard to top in this championship.
No one else is going to be able to get that in overalls, let alone in eliminations. A big nade over the top there might prove to be troublesome. That could be good as well. Du's able to look for it. Solkay goes down. A crucial knock to the high ground player from Flux, but Lutz is still there, is still going. And we've seen stranger things happen.
Still in the action. Holes immediately. Gets underneath, but Lutz moves up. He's fully given up on Solkay here. Trying to make it on his own. If Solkay can get across on the crawl, perhaps they get him up. This smoke's in the way. It allows him to cross, and this could be the res.
A nade in the window right now would end the game for Flux, but do the players know that that's what could happen? Manu gets spotted. Sarah still in the mix of it, looking to pinch one of those points away. But there's the blue zone tickling Sarah. Du's low as well. Flux could come out swinging here from the building. Lutz on out wide. Might be able to spot the crawling player here. And they're going for the spray. They go down. Will they know there's a player under the stairs? They take care of 1. They take care of 2. Flux, 25 eliminations now. And 2 players stand in their way of a 27 elimination game. 4 Romanian men, a European representative and a strong one at that. Looking to try and take the fight. 2 versus 2. Do around the side. They know he's there. They want to take the fight together. Double up on the sideline. Solkay has the health advantage. You can see just a little bit more in the favor of Flux. And pushing around the side. Solkay wants to swing wide. Wants to go for the 1v1. Will be able to take it down.
Goodness
and
me!
is backed up by the teammate. It's 27 eliminations. A record for Flux as they dominate on the south coast of Erangel.
This is unheard of. And I can be pretty confident in saying that I don't think this will ever happen again. What an incredible finish to the first game of the second day. This just does not happen, John. This doesn't happen. I'm getting goosebumps here. Yes, I want to see the winner stats. Bring those up right now. I want to see the damage count on these bad boys.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was very, very well played in those final moments. They were disciplined. The fact that they were able to get that res as well, I feel was crucial in that final engagement. Really, really solid stuff coming through. 27 eliminations for 3,414 damage. I mean, that's a lot. But is it 27 eliminations a lot? I'm kind of not sure there.
Yeah, I think that is technically, that is just under half the lobby there. Oh my goodness me, it is just ridiculous. But I think the one thing that really stands out to me in those final moments, 1,347 Solkay with 12 eliminations. Not even half the eliminations though that they got, so you can't call him too good for it. But still, it's that moment where they spot holes underneath the staircase. And you said it so well, John. It's that discipline factor. As they move down, they take down Manu, but it's the instant flick. And then they both go wide. Instead of going both the same side, they actually go for the pincer in that moment. And who thinks of doing that under such pressure, John?
You know what? Flux make it happen. 27 eliminations, a record for sure here at the PMPL EU Championship. Let's head back over to the desk.
Wow. What a game. What a massive game coming through for Flux, and that has to just immediately shoot them up the leaderboard as well. I think that's the highest point scoring game we've ever seen. I know we talked about X before, but this should do it. I don't think there's any team out there that's been able to score this much in a professional tournament. Let's take a look at the match standings and see how far ahead they were, though, from every other team out there here in match 1 of day 2. And that's a really good sign for this team. 42 points.
Wow. Okay.
27 points more than the second place team.
The only time in PUBG Mobile Esports I've ever seen games with teams getting more than 40 eliminations was when we had the old point system. You know, when we had like 20 points per chicken dinner? You would see a few of those, rarely. But with the new point system, I think this is the first time I've ever seen a 40, like more than 40 point bomb in one single game. Like, that is mental from Flux. And as Blank said, like, I don't know if we'll ever see this again. This is just like a game on its own.
Yeah, drink it in, boys. This is history made. I cannot believe what we just witnessed here from Flux. And you know what? One of the best things about it as well is the winning move, them crashing on through, was them taking out Istanbul Wildcats, admittedly a minute after you guys had made your prediction. But
2 minutes after we made the prediction, to be fair.
2 minutes after you... Okay, yeah, that's fair. But the thing is actually, your prediction was based on an extremely important location. This location that they were able to wrestle away from them in an absolute ram raid of an attack was the winning spot. Great high ground against everybody else. So I kind of understand why you guys made it.
I like how he's trying to butter us up, even though he had the best prediction out of us, Max.
Yeah, I mean, you make the same prediction as me, Jason. I told you to not do that.
No.
Yeah,
the second I saw you have the same prediction as me, I was like, all right, well, I could just call that a 0 for me today.
Pretty much.
Either way, I mean, like Flux there got more eliminations than some teams have gotten in 7 matches total. I think a good amount of teams have gotten in 7 matches total. That is just ridiculous out of this team, and I really want to see them carry that momentum over when we get to Miramar. But we still need to take a look now at our other 8 teams. You can see Clear Vision coming in at 5 points in 8th place. Looking down the list here, TJB, not a strong start yet again after they were able to have that resurgence in the final 2 matches yesterday.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate they're not able to really push himself out of that kind of rut at the bottom. Though one thing we did see is actually Romanian Men at the top still getting themselves some few points, so they're not going to really move around too much on that top side of the leaderboard, which is good to see. But Surreal, and I think you mentioned it, Kalaris, I brought it up a few times too, like Surreal, out of those 2 big wins we saw yesterday, outside of those, they weren't really that present. And this is the game where they had technically a pretty good position. I think you were actually maybe going to predict them for some time because of how good a position they had, but yeah, it feels like they still struggle to really seize those opportunities sometimes.
In fact, Max, I did predict them. But yeah, I mean, the shift, after that had happened, the shift moved away from them. I think the compound that they had, the reason I went for them, the compound that they had the circle kind of gone their way, was a pretty strong compound. Not quite as strong as the Istanbul Wildcats, the Flux compound as it does stand. But, you know, when a circle shift comes in hard like that, sometimes you can't fully account for that move.
You know what, Max? We should be proud of our prediction because we got more points than James did.
That doesn't happen often.
I mean, I just bigged you guys up in terms of your choice of location.
And I'm going to knock
so-
you back down again. No, I mean, either way, obviously, it was very hard to predict with how crazy it was at the very end. So many teams just bunched up together. Let's dive into Fireflux here and see their player stats across the board. I'm expecting to see a couple people over 1,000 points of damage.
That's 2, baby. That's okay, but actually, all sounds aside, the thing that really does impress me is that when it comes to a circle like this, there's the potential of it still shifting a certain degree away from land and land mass as a whole.
Yeah.
So when that kind of thing happens, you have to make very tough decisions. You can make the decision like Fireflux does to crash middle and go for the Wildcats compound, and it could look. It could fall flat on its face. It could absolutely go catastrophically, but it didn't. They got there. They were able to seize that territory, knowing that the circle is effectively against them, and then use that as a position, as an absolute bastion to just gun down everything around them. The fact that they did, what was it? I think 3,400 damage, but 27 eliminations off the back of that. That conversion rate is nuts here in a lobby like this.
It is actually insane when you look at Fireflux and compare them to the rest of the Turkish teams, because if you look at this year for all of Turkish teams in PMPL Turkey, most of the teams just split and sent those top players in other teams, and then they're trying to create their new roster of their own. This is one of the few teams, them and Xray, that just built a super team, almost, you could call it. Like Solkay from Class Digital Athletics, you got Lutz, Kecth, and also Solkay. Like, this is a team that on paper performs really well, and it took them a little bit of time at the start of PMPL Turkey, but now they're there and they are not budget.
Just to round this off, Jason, it's a career-defining game once again from this roster. This is. We said it about X Team in Europe West when they did what they did, but in this lobby, oh my days, it's head and shoulders above it.
Reminds me of like footballists back in the day in PMGC, I think in the league stage, where they had a castle finish on Vikendi. And we're just gunning people down, and Max was so sad he wasn't casting that match because he wants to cast the castle match one day. Who knows? We'll see if it happens down the line here, Max. Maybe, kick you off the desk. For you guys at home, though, who are watching again, we still want to see your tweets. We want to see how you're watching PMPL. Make sure you tweet or you post on Instagram with that hashtag of PMPL EU Champs and let us know and show us how you're doing things. As you can see, though, in the top right-hand corner, I think it is. For me, it's like left. I don't know. You can see 30 seconds left to go here before our next match is going to kick off. So we're going to throw it back over to our commentators as we're diving into Miramar.
I don't really know where to go from that previous game, Blank. You casted it. You saw it. We all saw it. Fireflux, yeah, they dropped the mic, right? Dropped the mic moment from them.
100%. I really like that Jason's like, it reminded me of footballers. It's like, it is mainly footballers though, so yeah, that would make sense actually. But if you guys want to let us know what you think about this current tournament and the proceedings, let us know in our little survey we're providing to you. You can find the link over in the YouTube chat. So give it a click, do us a favor, make sure you're watching, bring back the dog along and fill in that survey. Check those boxes.
So Fireflux, like one of the really positive things I liked about them yesterday is how proactive they were and how aggressive they were, and yeah, okay, they didn't get the highest amount of placement points, right? But I feel like they were laying the foundations for this kind of result. Yes, nobody saw it coming, but also there's a lot of logic to it, right? The guys compared X Team's result, or at least mentioned X Team's result. That felt like it came out of nowhere. This, there seemed to be at least a bit of a build-up, and where do they go from there, right? They're not going to repeat it, but surely they do have to follow up with a solid result.
Yeah, well, I mean, just looking at the numbers at the moment, like, again, I'll reiterate this is what I said right at the end of that last game. So I didn't think they'd get the chicken dinner. I thought it was going to be a really high elimination count and then go from there and maybe go out third or second. But to take the chicken dinner home as well is just something next level, honestly. But yeah, starting that last game at 51 points at the start of the day, and then after that one, hitting second place with 93 points total. 57 eliminations at 36 placement points, so got almost half of their placement points in that last game. It's just some unreal stuff. And you've seen all the top players changing now from that last game as well. It's fun to look at, let's put it that way. We do get our Eastern playing path We'll see what happens over in Impala. It looks like Eastern Stars, they've opted not to head to Impala. I mean, both these teams at the moment understand that, you know, there's going to be a stalemate to the end of time unless someone budges, and it looks like Eastern Stars are the ones to say uncle.
Just that last game, so unique, so wild. For Romanian Men, I do think I was really tracking their rotations in the previous game, and they got stuck initially against Clear Vision. A bit of a third party, I forget by who, meant that they were able to keep players up, and they went for the water, they went for the tiny island, and I think that adaptability from Romanian Men has really leaned into their ability to get these results. And in a map like Miramar, I think it could prove to be even more beneficial, as they really they are right now the best European team in the standings.
Yeah, it's hard to not see it that way. I think that you having one of these tournaments where, you know, over 4 days, sometimes you just don't see the best out of some of the teams you want to. I am looking at Game Board there.
Yes,
I think that they're just playing with a different caliber of teams at the moment coming in from Turkey. You just seem to be such a strong region overall. But again, I do think that Game Lord can still bounce back. Maybe it might not be a podium finish, but I'd still like to see them up there at the top.
See that free permanent rewards, all you have to do is hit the milestones by tuning into the region, to the European Championships, and after the game that we just saw, no doubt in my mind, you gotta tell Sparky the dog, everybody, your grandmother, it needs to be tuned into. Again, we might not have the exact kind of result that we saw in the first game, but without a shadow of a doubt, every single one of these teams is doing everything they can to put on a hell of a show for us.
Yeah, it's gonna be some real bangers. Okay, let's put it that way. And that t-shirt is a banger in of itself. So you definitely want to grab that. But I'm sure, like you said, with the kind of games we're watching, I think people will be tuning in. And shout out to all 5 of you here were with us from the start. We really do appreciate you 5 in particular. Looking at this game, though, all the way up the northeast with this circle. Kind of an unreal circle, to be honest with you. I mean, you've got a lot of it over towards that eastern side. I think we've seen circles like this go down towards the southwest, but rarely do we get this very hard northeast circle. But it does open up some specific areas around the map, which aren't necessarily the best for a lot of teams, but are always great as starting positions. And I'm looking at Campo Militar, Torre Armada, El Azahar, very, very good points to pick up loot early in the game and then rotate out from. I do think that for Beşiktaş, though, El Azahar, great spot to start in, right? So much high ground around them is afforded, so much scouting capability available to them going forward as well. I think that this is a very, very strong start for them in this game.
I noticed as well that Eastern Stars have given up Impala away from Wildcats. I really think that's a positive thing for Eastern Stars, because they're not going to be slowed down. They're split looting around the La Bandita, east of Los Leones, Minas area, but they're able to avoid Wildcats, and in this kind of circle, it should be even more beneficial to their late game. One thing that I've had a bit of an issue with Eastern Stars, and it happened in the previous game, is their slow rotations into these initial circles, and then they're not really kind of heating up at the right time when it needs to be done. So hopefully with a little bit of a glue unstuck away from Wildcats in a strong position initially in the circle, it will afford them a more positive result.
Yeah, for sure, man. I think I touched on it right at the start of the game with them not actually deciding to head towards Impala and giving that place up.
Yeah.
And I think from that last game as well, them versus TJB, sure, they come out on top there, but it's a good lesson to learn that, you know, you don't necessarily want to start off your game in a kind of a struggle bus, right?
No.
Versus TJB, they do win out that fight, but it certainly slowed down their rotation to the circle and come from Saki all the way down to the coastal side. It's not easy when you have to start your game off slow. So I think that is definitely a lesson to be learned for Eastern Stars. And perhaps this can be a different kind of Miramar for them. Miramar always was one of their favored maps. And maybe with this Minas Generalis start, we can see something like that again. I'm not holding my breath for it, though, just because, you know, Eastern Stars have been on somewhat of a decline. Yes, they're not one of the worst teams in the world, I don't think, at all. But I don't think there's at the heights that they were before anymore. But that's not to say that they're not still a very, very good team.
Not being aware that Getso is there, the split is going to see TJB suffer a casualty. I don't get this from TJB, because the two results that they got really well in yesterday's games was the final two games where they played tighter as a team. They stuck together more, especially from the early game. They swept in as a full squad, and again were ultimately able to win out team fights. This kind of solo play, this split looting, this split kind of rotating, I don't see it being a success, and once again being victimized by Getso.
Yeah, I think that one of the major problems is GK first, and I think that for all his superb ability as a player individually, he does channel Beowulf sometimes, and with none of the muscle to back it up. I mean, even just the forethought there to maybe scout that area first before just completely sending it in there. I do think that he just sometimes not aware of positions where teams might be, and it's almost an overconfidence factor, which is not something that you usually see with a lot of these teams. Usually it's more of a case of a little bit of confidence lost, right? But I think for TJP, they are so overly confident in their ability despite a lot of their standings. It comes back to bite them quite a few times.
Eastern Stars, they have a 3-1 split for the time being inside the hard cover, but they are surrounded by Wildcats. Even Surreal to the east of them will make things tricky should they get into a spot of bother against Wildcats. Wraparound is there. Raze is swinging on through with his teammate Lux, so the two-body push from Wildcats is going to prove to be pretty hard for Eastern Stars to deal with unless they really gather themselves up in the right way. I like that Eastern Stars has that player now in a stronger off-angle position.
Can't get rid of him, really, can they? At the moment, it's such a big problem. Fortunately for them, though, Kapahala is able to find at least one of the knocks, and now ATHIS can try and translate, does get at least the flush here, looking for more.
Now Octavian is able to stand tall, gets the elimination along with his teammate ATHIS going to swing on through, and that's Wildcats down to just, I believe, 2 players. And we saw Wildcats get crashed upon by Fireflux in the previous game, and the defense seemed to come out of really nowhere and as a failure, and as an offensive move, it was the same result. I don't know what's wrong with this Wildcat squad. Maybe a little bit like TJB. They're out of their depths in this kind of lobby, and that's hard to say for a Turkish team.
Well, I think that the fastPay Wildcats were doing too badly yesterday, honestly. I think that they've had some of their good games come up here and there, but again, yeah, I think they were definitely a little bit shaken by that last game. That's to be sure. I think they were controlling the guys from Eastern Stars very well, but this is some great adaptability from Eastern Stars. Shakes it right on their head, and then Wildcats try and give them some more of it, but I don't think Eastern Stars are taking right now. They're happy to say no to the door salesman, send him packing, take his briefcase and a couple of his first aid kits and get on their way, and that's absolutely fine to them. Right now, though, we do get our circle very much central towards Graveyard, so a little bit of a barren position now, Imperium. So a lot of these teams looking for high ground, looking for riches to play around, and that's kind of the aim of the game right now. It's putting yourself in a spot where rotations are still available to you, but you also have a lot of area to work with should a team actually approach your spot.
Kesh around that Graveyard area being pushed back slightly by X team. It's good proactivity with those shots from Zombies specifically. A couple of teams still outside the circle in the blue. TJB, Getso, Nexuria just swinging through Power Grid, and Game Lord finally making their way out of Le Cabriere.
Moving up towards Armada, I think we have seen, especially with this circle, I mean, from looking at games in the past that I've watched, a northern entrance on these kind of circles tends to work out very well for some of these teams. You can get massive backstab potential. I think that Penta's doing the right thing. You can't quite see it on your maps right now, but basically in a line down from Cruz de Valle. That's where they're hunkering down. And I think having those players there with extended amount of sight towards the back, right? That's really important, and it's a very good thing to be doing it, because like I said, there's been a lot of assassinations come through from that area, from teams inserting from the northern side. So I think this is smart, and this is what you want to see from the team.
I love that you mentioned the word backstab, because it's such an important aspect of PUBG Mobile, right? Making sure that you have your back covered so that you don't get caught out in that regard. We've seen it happen time and time again, and it certainly doesn't lead to a positive result. I even like that Penta have one player a little bit more to the west on the hill to the other side of the road to cover the kind of hacienda flat terrain that Game Ward looked to be swinging through.
Yeah, quick replay on this elimination from ATHIS. A little bit sick of what has been happening in Miramar so far for them. This does give them a better position to work with, though. Been in Minas Generales, away from Impala. They have some more options afforded to them. You can see a lot of these teams on this line through the middle of the map. And that's just because you look down towards La Bandita on that southeast side, fields. You know, you don't want to be in that graveyard area too much. There's valleys here to be wary of. Luckily, we do head up towards this north side. And for Eastern Stars, I'm looking at that mountainside on their north, and that's some real juicy real estate here that hasn't been taken by anyone as of yet.
The Junkyard Hill is definitely a good place for them to control. And just you know, just as the saying goes, one man's trash is another man's treasure, right? And Junkyard, maybe trash for some teams. For Eastern Stars, it could be looking to be a treasure trove of successive eliminations, of domination, as the likes of Regnum Carrier swing on through, 4 Romanian Men getting close to Minas Generalis. I think it's a bit risky to lock down Minas in this early part of the game. I get that centralized. However, it's not the easiest place to have locked down in your favor.
S2G to go up against Getso in the meantime. Game Lord and Penta getting very, very close to one another. S2G working with it though versus the guys, and I mean, for Romanian Men looking to take it to Surreal at the moment. They've got players on either side, so it's a bit of an awkward push here. And for Romanian Men, were very confident in their quick speed past Minas Generales, the crater itself. Unfortunately, they do take a knock here.
They are asking for trouble, right? They're realistically out in the open, especially to the south of them. Fortunately for them, nobody is rotating in that direction because of S2G getting close to Getso, so they're tangled up. And TJB as a 3-person team are opting to swing in through that southeastern edge of the circle. Regnum Carrier doing the best to push back the likes of 4 Romanian Men based off the shots that they would have heard around them. The spread is there. Again, they've got to be careful about clear vision to the north of them. Fireflux still in graveyard, and I love the fact that they didn't feel like they had to move away from the compound that they've had pretty much locked down since the tail end of phase 1, and it's worked out. They have a good spread, and they're going to be able to get a lot of information and control on the teams around them.
Now, I'm not sure if that was a read from Penta or just unfortunate on the part of Game Lord. Either way, I think Penta had set themselves up marvelously to fend off the guys from Game Lord. They take down one of their players, get a flush, and they even get a knock, and then immediately get into the vehicles and head down south. So don't let anyone get ahead of them either. This is very, very well played from Penta, and it's something that's surprising me. Don't often see Penta go for a hugely proactive approach in this early game. They tend to just try and get in, hunker down, and find a position to start playing that late game. But that's really, really well done. And so hats off to them for that. And our Game Lord are in a tricky position now because they can no longer head down through the roadside, and it's pretty much open ground ahead of them towards the south, but they're forced to pass through it.
We'll have to see how much further they're going to be forced to pass through. Luckily for them, it's a massive shift up north in phase 4, and the rug has been pulled under so many of these teams, Blank.
Absolutely. I mean, they're backflipping at the moment. That's how quickly the rug has been pulled. But for Game Lord, this is a massive blessing in their favor and a huge sigh of relief coming from their side, because this could have got very, very dicey very quickly. And it still could do, because Xray is looking the exact same spot that they're heading off to right now, which is a nice little hillside on the western edge.
Oh, Muzi, take away your license, man. Some dodgy driving, if I do say so myself. He's going to get knocked outside. The blue is clear vision, pushing in. Trying to find a bit of a shack that they can call their own. They make it there, however. Shots from Fireflux. They disengage away from Graveyard on the high ground, and they opted for the hard cover of the building down below the hill. They still have Kecth covered on the outside, and this is the result of it. Getting the lockdown, getting the shots onto clear vision, slowing them down in the meantime.
Again, these are long shots, though, coming through from Fireflux through what is quite a small aperture through that window. Some really accurate shots. And you don't see that every single day. So very nice stuff coming through from Fireflux. And this is going to slow the guys from Clear Vision down and allow Fireflux to head up a little further north here, leaving Clear Vision very much in the dust behind them. S2G heading up on that western side behind the guys from Xray. We do have predictions coming through here right now. Interesting.
I think that's a safe bet for Jason. I know they have a good spot in this game, but off the back of a 27 elimination chicken dinner, you know, he's gone for the what is it that you have on a bike when you're younger? The stabilizers. He's gone for the stabilizers route.
I mean, this feels more like the Infinity predictions coming through from the old Jason. But yeah, Beşiktaş, I don't blame Max for that one. I think they had a very strong spot, and we were talking about at the beginning. But Xray, I think with this spot on the western side, if they're able to hold it down, particularly with them having the actual road crossing, could be a very strong spot indeed. So we can see why Kalaris has gone for them here as his favored choice.
I think with how proactive Xray were on the reaction to the circle, leans into at least speculating why Kalaris picked Xray. So I hope it will be successful for them as Fireflux gets another couple of eliminations. The battle is raging on between UDR, Killers, and S2G. Kalesi has knocked Soulless, is a little bit left on his own, at least in terms of this 2-2 split that they hold on to. UDR are putting them under pressure, but Ulysses is down to a little bit of health as the blue closes in. He's going to have to make the move, make the push. It's not going to be the case, and it's going to be a third party from up above.
You know, for GJB, they've made it into the circle, and Getso haven't. So realistically, GK First, in their eyes, was an extremely volatile scouter. And if that works, that works. You have a general idea where one team is, and from that, you can base the rest of your info from it. Next circle comes through, and Xray are in an incredible spot at the moment. Now they have to worry about this northern side, though, and clearing those angles. They can comfortably watch that roadside very easily, but it's these teams up towards the north, in the fields, and scattered around the little areas, the nooks and crannies of this north side.
Guess who's the furthest outside the circle? Maxman's pick, Beşiktaş. Maxman Curse comes through, it's starting all over again. However, they're at least doing a great job of trying to suppress that curse by getting the knocks, getting the shots on the Regnum carrier to create a bit of space in front of them. So I like that proactivity. Time is ticking though, as the blue zone is going to start closing in. Just Loxy, the last player up for Regnum carrier. A little bit of a negative turnaround compared to yesterday from Regnum carrier. Not really the best of game ones, and it's not really looking like the best of game two.
And that's what I'm talking about, is that, yeah, they had some great control, but it's that circle look, and now it's all about keeping that up the next day. What I really want to see now, though, Mr. Imperium, after this... Game Lord sends X team back. Bloody hell, good stuff coming through from them. You love to see that. Rob's, though, all on his lonesome. But yeah, what I want to see now is Beşiktaş absolutely tearing the rest of the lobby apart, and it'd be a counter curse. You've actually cursed the entire lobby now.
Oh, wow. Okay. I thought we were meant to be a duo, but I see how it is. You always seem to have Maxman's back, and I get it, considering he is bullied by Kalaris and Jason on the desk, and you look out for that. Appreciate it. I wouldn't mind seeing it too. I'm all for being proven wrong. Let's see how it works out. Still up as a full squad. 3 players left alive. Eastern Stars are close by to the edge of the circle on that southern side of the road for the time being. Blue Zone halfway through. Fireflux still control the center of the circle. The hard compound along with Xray across the road on that northern side.
Beşiktaş sending Zessy in forward in the vehicle. Trying to get into position, but with Xray set up so well as Fireflux, it's going to be difficult. Zessy gets torn apart. At this point in time, SonHP just has to take the easy route. Send straight to the building next door. But Lutz, Soulless, they have eyes on, and SonHP immediately moves to the backside.
Yeah, they're going to become neighbors, but I don't think anybody's offering sugar to them at this stage. It's going to be a barrage of nades, a barrage of bullets, and a pocket full of dreams. Fireflux, I get why they don't want to be super aggressive with this, because the second they disengage away from the warehouse into the open, they could easily get third party. So just suppress Beşiktaş and allow other teams to do the hard work for them. Clear Vision are eliminated. We're down to 8 teams.
Lutz sends another grenade in, and that could just be it here. They know they got the knock, and they're just going to send it straight through.
Solkay is going to get finished off. That was a bit of a negative push in the end for Fireflux for the time being. He doesn't see the final player. Goes in on his own. SonHP stops the revive. Clutches up to slow down Fireflux. It's going horribly wrong for the winners of the previous game. 27 eliminations, but I say you're only as good as your current game. And right now, the current game for Fireflux is being whittled down.
I mean, still 8 eliminations, though. I would say that's a pretty good result from Fireflux so far. They still have pretty decent compounds to work with. The unfortunate part is this compound becomes a lot more difficult to hold with just the 2 players, because you're holding 2 massive buildings with just 2 guys. You can't really have each other's backs. What was that?
Incredible from Xray to shut down Penta. Double knock, instantly confirmed. Now it's just 1 player left off Penta and losing. He's in the blue. He's going down. Xray control the northern side of the circle. Unfortunately for them, the phase does shift down south on number 6, so they are going to have to crest the edge of the ridge side across the road as Eastern Stars getting close to Fireflux and Beşiktaş. They crash a warehouse.
Yeah, respect this from Fireflux, though, immediately moving to a separate building that's smaller, easier to control. You hold a player back there just to gather information and immediately move across. Beşiktaş are able to get 2 players back up in action, which I did not see coming whatsoever. In the meantime, S2G get torn apart by Tongjiabao, down to just 1 player remaining on their side as Xray spot them from across the road, which has now become their enemy as opposed to their defense.
They are broken, beaten, and scarred, however, on that western side. Luckily, they can wait for the next phase to pop up and hopefully get the revives to stay up as a trio. Like I said, Xray are gonna have to crest the ridge side. Luckily, it's on that low ground, so they're able to peek and stay a little bit out of trouble. They have an entry point if they want to swing down on the side like they did in a couple of circles ago, getting close to Game Lord. And it seems like they're looking that way. Good proactivity as Game Lord go down, 5 teams left blank.
Great spot here from Xray. It does become very difficult, and you really do have to be proactive in your approach here for them, because time is not on their side with the blue at their back, so they have to get as many knocks, as much casualties as possible on the side of these other teams before they do make their move. For Eastern Stars, I believe that they would be their biggest factor in terms of making it across right now. They've got a really good lineup, and they can quite easily peek out. For the remaining player for Beşiktaş, as well as Fireflux, they're going to keep Eastern Stars at bay, but now it's this smoke train that has to be very, very strong, because 2 players in that compound can easily deal with these guys who are going to have to make the most dangerous crossing in their lives.
Do they go for the warehouse? Do they go for the smaller building that Fireflux holds onto? Do they know the Fireflux are there? They know where Eastern Stars are. And sometimes the devil you know is better than the devil you don't know. So they might be looking to head in the direction of the warehouse. They're also constantly aware of the fact that TJB are on that western side. And despite TJB needing to move into the circle, they can third party from where they currently stand. So time is so important. The perfect moment.
Oh my God,
the perfect pitch for Xray to push on up.
This is very interesting. They're instead opting to go for Tongjiabao here, as opposed to the two compounds, but Lin has great sightlines onto most of these players.
They haven't got the knock. Now they have is Fireflux that's going to actually get the knock, followed by a second. Lin's the last player up, and that is an interesting push. I feel like if you're going to do that, you should have done it earlier, but so far so good. As TJB go down, the blue zone is going to get closer to Xray, engulf them, and Eastern Stars have been breathing a sigh of relief because the crash didn't go in their direction.
No, because you kind of respect this though, right? Because now you put yourself between the four-man team and the two players within a compound. So life becomes quite difficult for the guys from Eastern Stars. They know they're right on the edge, and this is easier to deal with. They're putting themselves between a lot of teams and causing huge problems for Fireflux now. As opposed to isolating all those bullets in one location for Fireflux, now they have to deal with two fronts. I think this was quite smart from Xray, but incredibly dangerous option to go for. If they don't get that full squad wipe onto Tongjiabao, they don't have the confidence to do that, they're not able to put themselves in this fantastic spot.
Couldn't have said it better myself, and they didn't lose anybody. They're still up as a full squad. Like you said, needed to be done. I gotta wonder, do they know how many players are inside a small building? They've Eastern Stars on the other side coming out of the warehouse. Kapahala, the warlord, hanging on to the crest of the small building, hanging, using the third-person perspective to get as much information as possible. All three of these teams are inside the circle of Phase 8, so they don't technically need to engage on each other for the time being.
Yeah, Fireflux gets a little bit of relief here, considering that both Eastern Stars and Xray were hoping to either get a northeast or a southwest shift on the circle and force one or the other through Fireflux. But it will be Fireflux living for another day. The circle does head out towards just a little bit north, so a lot of teams really not where this circle wants it to be at the moment. And Xray are just trying to gather as much information as possible. Nade in hand for Solkay.
Molly looking to burn the bridges between themselves and Xray. A lot of utility and smoke being utilized by Xray across the roadside in a previous circle, so gotta wonder how much they have left in their back pockets, in their backpacks, to stave off the pressure from either Fireflux. They breach into the roof side of the building. That is protecting them against her Fireflux. However, Solkay is getting the knock on the Kudor. Gonna be confirmed, I believe, stolen away from Eastern Stars. ATHIS inside the warehouse. He's the one player who's outside the circle for Eastern Stars, and we have 9 players left up. Xray still up as a trio.
High ground, though, is going to be extremely important for them. There's a pan coming right across, so someone's not happy. Look at this, though.
No! Yeka? Okay, you're crossing the line, pun intended on that one. Yeah, it's absolutely exposed, and now Xray 1 by 1. Whittle down, and they're left with just a solo. Fireflux makes them pay. Is this going to be a back-to-back chicken dinner, or is this going to be an Eastern Star steal? Biddy ba, my friends, they've been a little bit disappointing, but now they wake up in day 2 of the European Championship Finals. They crest on around the side of the building. Frozen's left on his own, but he does get a knock before he goes down. It's 2v3 in favor of Eastern Stars. A lot of damage by Kapahala with the UMPs. A man knowing to utilize that loadout is gonna make a pay as a nade comes through. The double knock from Bazzi, the squad wipe, and the chicken dinner.
Great stuff from Eastern Stars, and just a little change for a big result at the end of this game here, from just moving away from the Istanbul Wildcats. And honestly, for them, you know, we said that Miramar was a map that they were very good at. They played it safe here. It wasn't flashy, it wasn't explosive, but it got the job done, right? And that's what you need at the end of the day. Xray, though, we're on something different at the end there. I wasn't exactly sure what they were thinking, but, you know, I would love to pick their brains on that play, you know, skirting across the rooftops, pretending to be Spider-Man. I didn't really rate it. I loved the initial move, but it just felt sloppy from there.
I love the fact that they took risks, right? And I think there was a little bit of a bait when they threw the smokes across the road and then headed in the direction of TJB. It wasn't meant to be. Fireflux do pick up another strong result with the highest amount of eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, for Fireflux, this is just one result after another for them, and with 2 players nonetheless. And that could have gone differently with Frozen getting one of the knocks onto Eastern Stars, and then another coming through from Kecth. Maybe if they didn't take as much damage, or they at least had some first aid kits remaining there in the end of the game, they could have possibly put up a better fight, because they'd gone for that crossfire. It just not worked out.
You know what? Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a very, very, very short break, and then we'll be back with the desk.
Welcome back here to the PMPL Europe Championship Spring 2022. As we had some teams really start to show up here, the Stars have come out, and Eastern Stars have kind of saved my team, my prediction, by helping knock out next Rhea. But funny enough, our prediction game was number 2, number 3, and number 4. So we were extremely close, but our Stars aligned to pick the right team. Let's take a look at the match settings, though, in this last one to get an idea of how many points the teams did get. Eastern Stars, a desperately needed 25 points.
I'm so invested now in the games. Like, ever since we've decided to do this, I'm so invested. I was like, next Rhea, get over that road. Come on, move towards those warehouses. But that didn't happen. But I think Eastern Stars played this one out very patiently, very slowly, really kind of methodically understood how the teams ahead of them were moving and taking engagements to then crash up against that warehouse building. So very well played by Eastern Stars, considering that it could have gone a completely different way. They could have tried to enter the circle and just got blapped, but they didn't.
Yeah, and the moment Beşiktaş died, I was like, hey, Eastern Stars, go get him! Go, like that, nobody wins. But really, it was a really good play from a lot of the teams. Next year, I think we'll have a segment talking about their rotation in particular, but man, Beşiktaş, they had so much scouting done before, like, what, phase 6, 7, 8, so like, they had the intel, and they were breaching from really good positions, but the circle just kept going over to that warehouse. It was just meant to happen. There was fate, and Beşiktaş, that breach is not easy to pull off, especially when you have teams also behind you. So tough luck, but still 7 eliminations, 8 placement points. Definitely not a bad game for them.
Okay, well, looking down the list here, looking at some other teams. Obviously, Max talking up his team quite a bit here. TJV, 10 points. They didn't do too well. I think they got 0 in the first match, able to show up here and get a 5th place overall. Game Lord, been a little bit quiet this event, I want to say. I know we're only like a day in with 2 matches played, but still, I wanted to see a little bit more out of them. I want to see them contest and compete for the top, but they haven't really hit that stride that we kind of wanted to see them carry on from.
Max, do you want to rip them or do I want to rip them? What do you want to do?
Max wants to rip them because Akashi's going to talk smack again to him.
No. He apologized. No, he didn't.
Unleash the beast, Max.
No, I can't rip my French homies. But there's one thing, and that's a point that you brought up a lot, Carlos, to give you credit. Like on their slow rotations, they're very clearly trying to learn from the Chinese meta currently played in PL. That's very obvious to me. But in this type of lobby with teams that like to play central play, hyper aggressive like the Turkish teams, I just don't feel like it's working. It's not adapted to your lobby right here, and it's just not working out.
it's twofold for me. Like in the previous game, they were like in Erangel, they were ultra late to the circle, right? And when it comes to a circle like it was before, you know that, again, I was talking about it when it comes to the overall kind of land to water ratio and the potential of it having like lockdown land early. So that makes it even harder for them to approach if that's a potential, never mind just the case, a potential. Here, once again, coming in late from that north position, if they're playing kind of like old Game Lord, I feel like they would have potentially identified, you know, the eventual Fireflux position and then potentially bombed for that because it was open for a while when that circle had shifted. They could have easily taken that spot and kind of held that down. And we know that Game Lord probably would have done well for them from that spot. But I mean, this is all speculation. Obviously, where are their eyes in the sky? We get to see a lot more than maybe even the teams do with just scouting alone. But I think that Game Lord, I would have liked to have seen them just stuck to the same strat as, you know, the US. Right?
I mean, different lobby, right? You got to adjust your strategies.
Maybe
Maybe that's something they will bounce back to. They still have a lot of matches left to go. But we have to talk about one team here, and we wanted to focus on them just a little bit. Now, they didn't get the chicken dinner. It's not going to be Eastern Stars. But next, Rhea, we have to touch on this team just a tad bit, right? This used to be like the go-to team when it came to Turkey. Frozen as well in particular was a phenomenal player. I think his first PMPL he played, he was MVP. But we haven't seen them kind of replicate that performance from the past.
Yeah, Frozen has not been as impactful in this tournament so far. And they can still make it back up there, but it's not been there just yet. But we were speculating with Kalash quite a lot and theory crafting as though, like, what's the best play to go for? And I think we were pretty unanimous in saying that the best play they could have gone for is just wait on the northern side of the road and wait for the breach of TJB. The moment they breach, all the madness is unlocking in that fight inside the compound, and then you can push because teams are not going to be able to truly focus you down. And then he just changed idea last second and go on TJB. That did surprise me, but luckily enough, it worked out.
Yeah, you're working with quite a lot of information as next Rhea, even though you're in a dicey spot. So it's always a dicey spot to have to cross that road after a shift away across the road, right? It's very open, hard to make that happen. You're working with third-person information, so you know the position of TJB, you know the position of the teams in those warehouses, and you know the position of which the circle is going to be on the fast side of, which is on TJB's side. They have to move, right? So I think, as you say, you use that cover of a fight to maybe crash up against the warehouses instead of going to the TJB position. So I think that overall, probably could have staged a better game from that. But again, we shouldn't question them too much.
Yeah.
They did survive the TJB crash, but then it left them a bit open and, you know.
It was very risky also for them because luckily enough for the side of Nextria, they pushed onto TJB's position literally when they were about to breach. Like if they would have done that push, I think 10-15 seconds beforehand, I think that would have been the downfall for Nextria. So there goes just two options. They went for a very aggressive playstyle. It worked out, but in another world, Nextria died there and there.
And another world, maybe one of us would have actually won when it came to the prediction there on that match. You guys at home, we've been talking about how we want to see how you are watching PMPL here. Let's take a look actually at one of the people who have submitted their watch. Is that Darth? Can we show that?
Darth Vader's watching?
Disney, please don't copyright us. Oh, no. I'm gonna copy strike you.
Okay, so put the caption too. He's got his Instagram game on point. You know what? We're looking for new hires here, so we'll look it.
Please, yes, this needs help. You guys can obviously tweet to us as well here with the hashtag PMPL EU Champ and let us know exactly how you are watching our event. And we love to see it. Maybe you can throw in some more, well, anything, any figurines. You could throw in some food. Maybe you want to like show us how well you can cook. I would love to see that. But just make sure you show us how you're watching. And obviously check in with more of those throughout the day and throughout the next 2 days as well. But speaking of checking in, it's time for us to check in with our commentators as the third match of the day is ready.
Me and the whole clone army here to watch for this next game as well. We're going to be excited to see what these teams are going to be able to put up for us to watch. We've had some very exciting early games so far. The 27 kill record, I've just about recovered from that Imperium, so I'm back. I'm sane to an extent, but we'll be getting into this third map.
I really don't think anybody is the same after what we saw from Fireflux when you really think about it, because and I'm glad the kind of Jason pointed out, right? It is history defining, right? It's career defining, and it's ironic that when you really look back on the history of PUBG Mobile esports back in 2020, football is what is the majority of Fireflux roster, kind of defined their career by winning the World League West. And they're low-key doing it again, or they're on the pathway to doing it again with that massive 27 elimination chicken dinner. So excited to see what they can do in this game 3 as the playing path is going down from the southeast, the very southwest.
Yeah, that's a really hard cut on the plane path. Northwest positions, difficult to get to. Thinking about North George there. South George as well, pretty tricky. Yasnaya, a little bit more accessible on this one. And a lot of those teams who dropped George might just want to stick to that western side and grab some vehicles. Potential for a little bit of a scuffle around those Gatka Pachinki areas, though, if people are going to go for those vehicles.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, or even the coastal line of the mainland as well, because I know Penta have adjusted their drop spot, and they might be afraid that someone else could go near there because of that plane path. We could also have multiple teams shift down towards the military island, not so much the base, but even loot up around the western side. Yes, okay, it means potentially going into a bit of traffic earlier on, but I certainly wouldn't be against that. It's not going to be the case, just the 2 regular teams in the military island, that is the Wildcats and Flux.
Nothing really too strange. And to be fair, this circle is going to be kind to those teams who want to go to the northwestern side. It gives them that cut over in North George, so there probably will be time to get there. It's just the conflict on the way that might slow things down, so we'll have to wait and see what happens around those positions. Getso going to be going down towards Primorsk for Romanian Men on that quarry split on the south side. And S2G heading towards Gatka. No one really sending out much further than that. TJB went out much earlier.
Well, we had seen TJB in one of the Erangel games yesterday, and it started up around the Kameshki area, and then they rotated to George Paul. What I feel now is it's a bit of a cleaner and quicker fix by dropping in a similar direction, but picking vehicles up straight away and then swinging on the northern side of the river, and then we'll head to North George. Because, of course, yes, their looting phase is naturally going to be slowed down compared to what would be a more western plane path, but it's still, in my opinion, the best recovery of what is a very tricky plane path for them.
And as always, we have the permanent rewards that you can earn for the peak concurrent user count. 30,000 peak concurrent viewers on the streams will be Crimson Swordsman set, attributed to everyone's account. 50,000, the PMPL activity crate. That's 2 of those will be sent over towards you. And 80,000, that will be the PMPL 2022 Spring T-shirt, the permanent cosmetic that you can unlock for yourself. So make sure that you're telling your friends just where to be, and that, of course, is the PMPL European Championship streams.
I'm really excited to find out what the desk's predictions are as we get through this game, and as the circles shift up, because obviously with them kind of throwing out predictions a little bit more midway through, it becomes more calculated. That was a red dot car 98 knock in a vehicle. Yep.
Okay. You good, Redox? I mean, sometimes it just be like that, you know? What are you going to do?
Reason 9,000 why people should be watching the PMPL European Championships. Not only to get free rewards, not only to watch the likes of Flux get a 27 elimination chicken dinner, but to see a red dot car 90 a headshot onto a player inside a moving vehicle. This is the peak of PUBG Mobile competitive. I'm sorry, but this is it. Peak of PUBG Mobile competitive right here.
Seemingly so. 27 eliminations, game 1. Game 2, we see a really closely fought engagement on Miramar with a lot of nuance. This time around, we're just popping trick shots. I mean, where's the no-scopes, you know? Let's get the submissions. Optic FaZe Clan, where you at?
Look at this.
Oh. Oh, it makes my heart sing. Imperium. It makes my heart sing to see something like that. I love it. I love it so much.
And as a player, I can tell you, and I'm sure you've probably hit some pretty nutty shots in your casual gaming career all the time. But and you know,
did you just call me a casual? Excuse you.
I was hoping you wouldn't notice that word. Anyway, my point is, it feels so good. I remember when I was doing a casual game, and I hit a headshot knock on a moving vehicle in between the pillars on the bridge, on that western bridge between mainland and military island, and it just feels so good. Like, you as a player, you feel ridiculously confident off the back of it. And on a serious note, I really hope that pushes for Romanian Men to have a more confident result in this game. They certainly showed their ability to adapt in games, but in terms of that core kind of, oh yeah, I could hit these nutty shots, let's transfer that confidence to the rest of the team, that potential is there.
Oh, for sure. I mean, just to have that player that's bolstered in that confidence is really, really useful for morale within the team. See if that can carry them to a little bit more power. Not really seeing too much power from the fastPay Wildcats so far today, seemingly having a tricky time of things after a couple of decent entries in yesterday's games. They're playing on the military island right now, regrouping towards that western bridge.
I'd be frankly quite disappointed with Wildcats, right? Yeah, I didn't check out every single one of their games in PMPL Turkey. I checked out enough to get an understanding, and of course we had a talk with the Turkish talent leading into the European Championships. And yeah, they had some okay results yesterday, but in a lobby where notably is as short format as this tournament is, you do need to be able to adapt, and we've seen teams across the first two games today adapt. We haven't seen that from Wildcats. I'm trying to still put my finger on specifically where it's going wrong, and they will know more than me in that regard. At the end of the day, I've still been a little bit disappointed per se in how the performances have showed so far.
Maybe they still have something to prove, but at the moment, Flux still sat. Well, I say still. They are sat at the top after that game's performance in the previous one. And we haven't really seen too much from Regnum Kaya today. I feel like they've stalled and Flux has picked up that slack. But still, that power remains in the Turkish camp, right? They still are coming from that region. So there's a lot of points being earned by the region that, honestly, people coming into this tournament would have predicted to be on top in this one.
Getso still down around the Primorsk area, shifting a couple of players more on that southwestern roadside for Romanian Men. Will have to be careful and watch your backs in that regard as you get into the tail end of phase number one. TJB still looting up North George, and you see right now UDR Killer sending two players down the south hillside of Pachinki, and that's very positive. It's getting that early information. Again, when you drop in the middle of the map, you got to do everything you can to take advantage of it. And yes, on this kind of little bit more of a western phase one, you need to cover the eastern side. It's so important that you are proactive and get information on teams that might be looking to send it center of the circle early in this game.
Slap bang in the center of the circle right now. Surreal and S2G, both near those Gatka fields. Eastern Stars all the way out in the east. Just going to the north of Farm right now. Swinging in near Fireflux. The next circle popping in a couple seconds. We'll see just what we're able to find from that one. A south shift potentially from Game Lord as they are starting to move just a little bit that way as the circle pops out towards the east. This is a fairly kind circle. I feel like this is the circle that is probably one of the fairer ones we're going to see today.
Oh, yeah.
It is basically slap bang on everybody. It includes Pachinki, it includes the bridge, it includes those Gatka fields and all of the hills to the south of Pachinki as well, and out to the west. So a really, really nice setup for a fair game.
Great circle as the push is coming in from Regnum Carry on to UDR Killers. The split from UDR Killers not really working out in their favor, and that's some good early game aggression from Regnum Carry, a team that hasn't really showed up today, but now they're showing up in game 3.
Salazar backs off. Pocus left high and dry here by the UDR Killers. Really not much that they want to be able to do, having already lost a player in this game so far. The backup, the regroup play with 2, probably the higher point scoring expected value of a play. So well done to the UDR Killers for getting away with that, although losing those players early, not what you want to see. Regnum Kaya will take those 2 elimination points, and they will be happy about it. adding those up to the tally to chase back towards that top spot that Fireflux took from them last game.
Little bit of a third party from Clear Vision to get a knock into one of the Regnum carrier players, so that will suppress Regnum a little bit more. UDR might not have been aware of that, however, unless they're correlating what is on the elimination feed with the shots they would have heard in front of them. I don't get why UDR were so heavily split as a 2-2. We saw two of them like shift further south of Surreal, right towards the tail end of phase one, and you know, if you're going to go for a 2-2 split, especially in this kind of lobby, it needs to be a much tighter 2-2 split. So UDR, with the reason, kind of deservingly losing players in that quick fire engagement by Regnum Carrier.
Eastern side, Game Lord and Beşiktaş both moving down, but coming into conflict. Zessy takes a lot of damage, and Narvalo lands a couple more shots as well. Doesn't take any damage in response as well. A great opening to the engagement. SonHP not able to find the response and has to reposition. Zessy down, eliminated. Do they want to continue this fight 4v3 with Game Lord pushing in from the outside? I'm not entirely sure they do, but looks like Game Lord are on the swivel for these players playing a spoiler for their rotation. Look at that. Narvalo not quite yet getting back in that buggy. They're sticking up right now, but they have to go a little bit further in. It is only zone 2, so the tickle will not be too strong from the blue.
It's honestly not the most comfortable position for a Game Lord to be in, so I would argue it is approachable for Beşiktaş despite losing a player, and I think Game Lord recognize that because they are repositioning, not yet inside the circle, but they're looking to find that spot on the very eastern edge. And I like this from Game Lord. Their edge play, and Max and Kylaris has talked about it, which is very PEL-esque, is positive. However, they need to get more aggressive earlier on in the game and kind of create that space, manipulate the lobby a little bit more heavily, and that initial elimination of the Beşiktaş will at least allow them to do that and find an entry point inside this phase number 2. But John, phase 3 is about to pop up, and I looked at phase 2 as potentially being a false positive, but luckily phase number 3 is an absolute donut shift right in the center.
Yeah, and again, keeps Pachinki in the northeastern side, and all of those hills that surround it still playable for the time being. I think it's around the next zone shift that we're going to get the analysts' desk predictions coming on in, so we'll see what they think of things in this next couple of minutes and see what their big old brains are going to be able to churn on out as the cranks start to turn for them. In the center, UDR killers right now have repositioned in. Game Lord yet to find their route of entrance.
I'm worried if there's going to be one or two teams that sends it into Pachinki this early in the game. I wouldn't agree with it, and if you are, it has to be on the very edge. It seems like X team has done that, and I understand why UDR will as a duo. That does at least have a little bit of logic behind it.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, seeing if they can get whatever they can. Surreal, though, unfortunately, won't be finding too much more in this building. Clear Vision's clear it out, and Surreal eliminated. The first team to go down in this game so far. For Romanian Men on the western side, a little bit of ground afforded to them, the territory there in the farmhouses. Taking shots over towards Clear Vision, but no more than a joust back and forth right now. Not really too many fatalities expected there. Fireflux lose a player and take the flush as well.
The hands of Eastern Stars as well. But what transferred from the previous game has continued on into this current game. A little bit of action probably going to break out as well between Getso and TJB. Once again, these two teams, not the first time clashing up against each other. The last time it happened in the previous game, it was Getso to get the initial elimination. However, it fared off overall better for TJB as they lasted longer in the game and got themselves, I think it was like a 5th place finish with a bucket of points. So whatever the clash happens, it is also about thinking into the next circle, thinking into the late game.
Is that where you get the chicken shop? The first place finish with a bucket of points?
Yes,
that,
exactly.
That's, to be fair, that sounds like one pretty good chicken dinner, if you ask me. So that's
and with the side of gravy,
I'll be looking for on the menu. Side of gravy, okay.
Yeah,
all
of course. Of course.
You know what? You do you. You do you. For dipping the chips?
Yep.
I could go for that.
Starting to make me hungry, John. Jesus.
Well, You'll be all right. You'll be all right. You can survive for the rest of these games, right? You've got I think you've got a break coming up next, so you can grab a biscuit or something in there. You'll be fine. You'll be re. Anyway, Getso in the buildings right now, holding off potentially against TJB on the western side. TJB in the blue zone. Going to be crunched a little bit further in. No team really with the superior position on the inside of the circle. They're going to have to go a little bit further inland. Central shift yet again for this next zone.
It's a classic case of one team in the center and the hard cover, another team wrapping around. However, those splits are quite difficult for TJB, so converging together could allow them to strangle the players from Getso a little bit more heavily. However, making a move for the priority in center circle could be important as Eastern Stars going up against Game Lord, traded up.
Ooh, okay, Kecth will go down. Valo and Rob's close by, so is Octavian out of the smoke. But Rob's handles business. Eastern Stars eliminated. Game Lord staying alive on the eastern end. And all four of them are still going. This is a little bit faster from the French squad. From the team that everyone has been expecting more from. Maybe this is where they start to stand up, or are they going to falter on this eastern side? Still a way to go.
Regnum Carrier hold on to the center of the circle. Fireflux rotating down into the low ground outside of the city. However, they've got X team behind them, and where Fireflux have themselves is not only difficult as a full squad, it's even more difficult as a three-person team to hold on to. Looking at the predictions, John, Jason and Carl Lars, they're on the same note. They're looking at clear vision, while Maxman is back in Wildcats.
Wildcats on the south side, an Edge playing team right now. Currently, they're scouting out on this position. A little bit further in, on the same end of the circle, to be fair, it is clear vision. They're a little bit closer to that dirt track. They're a little bit closer to the center. But if the fastPay Wildcats are going to be able to do stuff like this against TJB, moving through, controlling those sightlines, doing very well for it, they might be in with a shot. Though, I have to go with the two votes on clear visions. I think that's the more likely.
I'm surprised that none of them went for Regnum Carrier, considering how proactive they've been. And that circle shifting on the center of the hill. Of course, it can be difficult to control the center of what is a sprawling Pachinki hill. So maybe they backed the hard cover that Clear Vision have away from the hill as a more of a guaranteed chicken dinner position, which I do certainly get behind. fastPay Wildcats taking shots in the direction of Getso outside the circle. Again, covering their backs is always important. For Romanian Men, swinging just slightly into the edge of the circle from that western tip.
Maybe looking to eke out something from that spot. Fireflux trying to deal with X team, so are UDR killers by the looks of it. But Fireflux finds Zombie with the nade from Lutz. And looking for another as well at the end of the tube. And that one is absolutely sunk. Beautiful stuff. To be able to get that elimination. Fireflux finding one. Out in the open field, fastPay Wildcats have been doing so much work against both Getso and TJB. In the meantime, they have been absolutely dominating on the open ground, but they have a lot of field ahead of them. They are trapped on the far side of it. And it's going to be tricky for them to move forwards.
Getso are down. So are Beşiktaş. And I gotta wonder what happened to X team, because they had themselves a full squad. They had to push up. Yes, there was a little bit of third party from Regnum Carry, but I would argue very disconnected, disengage away from the city to try and push on the Fireflux. Game Lord has Rob's knocked down. Victor is confirmed, so they are whittled to a duo. However, close by to the edge of the circle with Fireflux firmly behind them.
Well, there's the next circle coming in as well. And Regnum Karya sat on the high ground in this next circle on the eastern end. I've got to feel like maybe that might have been the prediction to make clear vision. Also, with a very strong spot, though, to be fair. They also have a really nice end of the circle to be able to control the open ground around them with about 3 or 4 teams near them.
I do have to give a shout out to Wildcats because of their spread in the open fields across the last 5 to 6 minutes. They've been able to scout out multiple areas to approach this circle, and once they kind of stick to one direction as a full team, it could prove to be quite successful. Clear Vision have fended off one team, they might have to fend off another.
Maybe if they could stick to that one direction. They don't know how beautiful they are. But that's what makes them beautiful, you know. Next, Ruya up the top. of the hill with 4 players alive, close to S2G. And they are not in this next part of the circle. Might have to fight for it. Fight for that position on the north side. And off they pop. The nade over the top from Solkay finds one, finds the first. And they're going to swing out wide for another. Yetka caught with nade in hand. Frozen picks off another. And S2G are on the swivel. Frozen taken down. Traded out. Solkay on the warpath in the buggy. Doesn't get taken out there. But all of a sudden, he's rolling down over the hills. There was a nade. Was that a late nade from a downed Yetka? I have no idea how they just got taken out, but Solkay stays alive, and so do S2G.
We're keeping an eye on a caught-up elimination feed, because I literally have no idea how that was lost by Xray. Wildcats are defending off the likes of TJB. Clear Vision finished off 4 Romanian Men on a breach, as that was most likely going to be the case, and TJB go down. Wildcats have lost one, another knocked, but they are still up as a duo.
They're still trucking, they're still going. I mean, they've been really quite efficacious out in this field right now. But they'll have to do a little bit more. Clear Vision going to be guarding them out something fierce. With the hard cover of those buildings, it's going to be very difficult to move on up as just a duo. But this hillside now needs to be hard fought. Regnum Kaya, I would say your prediction here, Imperium, if I may be so bold. Holding out for now. Loxy, though, has been downed. Reservoir certainly in this position. S2G, all 4 of them back up and kicking, back into the fight, and maybe going to be able to take the top of this hill for themselves.
Penta could have breached maybe a little bit more aggressively. They were much closer to Game Lord about 3 minutes ago. However, a nade from Muzi will at least open that door for them to push aggressively onto a little bit of a broken, beaten, scarred Regnum Carrier, John.
Kaya into the fight. Penta find the opening player on the backstop. Holes now moving through, spraying down those trees, looking for more of these Regnum Kaya players. 2 players are there, Tron and Beast, to try and hold out against 4 from Penta. Holes around the side of the smoke. Spots the players from down the hill there, across the way. There's still a couple of players to be worried about, certainly, from X Team. Make that only 1, though. That might have just saved the lives of the Regnum Kaya players.
Great reaction by Beşiktaş. It took out 2 to 3 nades, and Penta maybe being a little bit cautious of breaching too heavily down that hill, not being aware fully what's in front of them, which on its own, I do appreciate. They're still up as a full squad. They were able to whittle down a bit of control, plus this circle now shifting down south. They technically don't need to crest on the other side of the hill.
This is a very difficult maneuver to make now for all of these teams, actually. On this top side, S2G have the inside track to the circle. Penta skirting around the edge. Regnum Kaya have to move through the Lone Ranger from X Team. Who's going to make that first move? fastPay Wildcats forward stop is spotted, and so is the backstop as well. Only Xray there. X Team, in the meantime, eliminated on that north side. 5 teams remain.
Clear Vision were pretty proactive when they moved out of the building, with ArHaPY sending forward onto the shack. They are a little bit damaged as Regnum Kaya get involved. Wildcats go down. Unfortunately, they were out in the open, and there's really only so much they could do.
With the fastPay Wildcats going down, that south side of the circle opens up a little bit. Those sight lines that may have been controlled by those 2 players out in the open are going to be dethroned just a little bit. Penta have made the fastest move to the circle and have the eastern side, but S2G will still be on this hillside. Regnum Kaya going low, taking a lot of casualties as well.
I think S2G, though, made a pretty big mistake not pushing aggressively when they would have heard the shots between Regnum Kaya, Penta, and even within reason, the final player of X Team. They let them go, and they got stabbed a little bit in the back. Tron is the last player alive, but I got to think that maybe losing that player or 2 from S2G could be the reason why they don't grab themselves this chicken dinner.
Clear Vision moving around the side of this high ground. They pushed very far forwards now, very central into this next circle, and likely that they're going to get a good spot for this next part. But they still have to play it out. S2G, 2 players, Holes with the bead. Solkay not wanting to crest this ridgeline, but Holes is going to have to shimmy just a little bit faster to get away. Spot Solkay. Oh, just away from the sight lines, and now Solkay might have a chance. Stands up. A couple of shots and nothing more. Maybe not wanting to go for the fight just yet, but there's 2 players from Penta now, and you have to be worried. S2G maybe looking to regroup there, but not just yet. The fade away from Penta. They don't want to be over aggressive.
It's so tricky on this hillside, right? Because the way it cresses down, the east and the west is technically the easiest areas to control. But even then, when you still have so many players left, you can be spiked from any angle. I look at this as being no team security of a chicken dinner, despite having body advantages from the likes of Penta and Clear Vision.
Penta are grouping up for what seems to be a push up towards this S2G position. Feel like they might know that they are lacking on the numbers. In comes the crash, the forward position from the buggy, allowing a player to scout out down. But in goes the shots from Soulless. Looks for one and finds it. DORIN goes down as well. Excellent 1-2 punch coming through. And a third found as well. There's the haymaker to swing out wide. ALKING wants to put the nade over the top. Penta have been eliminated. And now the nades can bombard uphill. Karya with one. But Clear Visions with all four. And a clear run up the top of the hill. S2G fend off the offensive from Penta, but it is just too much to bear as Clear Vision summit the mound. The predictions looking good from the desk. Karya with one, and down the hill they will fall. Clear Vision take the chicken dinner.
They stuck to the compound for quite a while down the south of Pachinki Hill. They took out Surreal, they took out 4 Romanian Men. They did then become a little bit more proactive on the position up towards the edge of the hill, and they deserved it, right? They really did deserve it. They moved in the right way. Gotta give credit to Penta, but Clear Vision took full advantage of it in the end.
12 eliminations, a very solid count. I mean, we've been spoiled a little bit for elimination counts so far today, but 12, very, very solid from Clear Vision. They'll be happy with that. Another Western European representative able to pick up a chicken dinner, and I'm happy about that, of course, but they were able to do a lot of work. You're right, in that final circle, they played around the sides of those hills so well.
Is Soulless the best clutch player of the European Championship so far? He clutched up against 4 Romanian Men in a 1v4. It seems like he low-key clutched up against I think it was Soulless, but S2G clutched up against Xray, and he clutched up against Penta with his teammate. S2G just did not want to go down. They just did not want to go down until Clear Vision shut them down. Great effort from S2G.
They really held on to that with the duo very effectively. And to be fair, when you've got 2 full force squads running at you, getting one of them to go down is a massive achievement in its own right. So well done to S2G in that position. But Clear Vision, it felt like they had quite a tall task ahead of them. And you said it yourself, right? Karya looked to be in a strong spot. The issue I think they faced was that so many teams also thought that was a strong spot and ended up trying to push on in. But we're going to go to a short break whilst we mull over that chicken dinner from Clear Vision.
Brawling against the best of Europe, Clear Vision Esports is certainly not new to the game. They have made themselves battle ready through the rigorous journey in PMCO and PMPL, and they don't lack any tools to claim the title of European Championship for themselves. When you have a non-stop fragging machine like HAMODY on board, you can just break in and storm anything in your path. Even though he has impeccable gun power, the player relies more on his game sense to overpower opposing forces. A key trait in his gameplay that got him the Elimination Leader title in the PMPL Western European Finals. He is aided by ALKING and VINDEX, the common composed support assaulters of the team. ArHaPY shoulders the responsibility of leading these exceptional talents. The IGL himself functions as an all-rounder on the battlefield.
69 under pressure from Clear Visions, who are on the north side of this compound on the north end. Nemo takes that tumble as well. The Swave gets taken out, and then VINDEX starts to move up. You wonder how much men these guys still have left on board, and right now VINDEX is just going hard on it. Nade being popped over the top. Knows he needs to conserve ammo behind the tree.
Clear Vision likes to operate from central locations such as School and Paradise, occupying positional advantage from the very early stages of the game. By executing their rotations almost perfectly, the team has had a very smooth run throughout the league stage of PMPL Western Europe, securing more than 100 points from every single Super Weekend. They carried this onto the finals as well and secured consistent placements every day with 2 chicken dinners on day 1 and day 3. They finished off with a 13 frag second place for direct ticket for the European Championship. With a much more ambitious attitude, the team is hungry for a championship title. The crown of European Championship can indeed be a befitting one for all of the efforts they have put to come this far. But we know this is only reserved for the best of the best. Can they rise to such heights when the time comes? Find out in the European Championship Spring 2022.
What up? What? Oh, hey, yeah. Oh, Colaris. F5.
That's me.
High five.
This
High five.
way, this
High five.
way, this way. There
High
we
five.
go.
High five. Thanks,
Okay,
thanks,
yeah,
Max. Yeah, nice.
Get away. Max.
So that's a point for both of us, predicting clear vision correctly. And Max, man, how many times have you gone with the Wildcats, and how many times have they let you down?
I don't know if you're ironic and I should answer or not. I don't really want to answer that one. Yeah, I mean, I was hoping they would actually breach on Clear Vision's position, but they didn't. So that's
they
fine.
really didn't. Yeah. No.
Oh, they really didn't.
It happens. Anyways, let's take a look at our match standings again, see the points the teams did get.
Yes!
Oh, yeah, Clear Vision, first place. But to be fair, Colaris did want to go Regnum, and many times after putting Clear Vision in, he did say, "Oh, I should have gone for Regnum. Oh, I should have gone. I should have picked Regnum. Can I change it?"
There was a lot of moments where I thought to myself, because what happens, just to kind of give people a glimpse into the backstage things, is we all type our thing and then we all press enter at the same time, and then we know
The
each
trash
other's
talking
predictions.
starts.
Yeah, then the trash talking starts. I was so convinced one of you two was going to pick Regnum, considering they had Pachinki Hills. It's a great spot to play against. It's unfortunate for them that they got crunched and Penta moved up at such a great time, because they had a strong position, but they weren't able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, to be fair, Penta has had a fantastic push onto Regnum's position. They third party there at the right moment when I don't remember which team was actually pushing on their location at the time, but there was a fight happening onto Regnum's location. And like, okay, we're just going to go for that push. And from the angle they were pushing in, Clear Vision could not see you. So it was like the perfect angle to enter that type of position. So sure, Penta didn't get themselves a top 3 finish, but 12 points, they needed to get himself a really good kickoff in this second day. And this might be the game to give them a little bit more of a confidence boost going into it.
Yeah, it kind of makes me sad that we haven't seen Clear Vision of old, of the Western European style in PMPL. We haven't really seen them come into fruition here. We're finally starting to see a little bit of that. I mean, we obviously talk about HAMODY quite a bit when it comes to that team, but we'll touch on them in a little bit of time. Obviously, we're going to dive into them a little bit, but let's look down the rest of the list, though. S2G got 11 eliminations. We talked about the start of the day having a really good elimination potential, but their placements were lacking. But you see there, 10 placements, so S2G start to come alive.
I was about to say, that was actually a lot of Western European teams on the first page. Hey, that's a cool change of pace. It's changed a little bit from the rest of the tournament, so that's good. But yeah, Surreal, definitely struggling. I mean, that was our big question mark going into today, right? Can they hold on? Can they build even more than just like those 2 wins they got on day 1? Unfortunately, what we've seen so far, not happening. And there was even a fight, I think they took super early, that there was a big chance of them actually winning it. And it's the moment where Blank mentioned them that they died. So yeah, welcome to the club, Blank. It's cool to have you.
Yeah, not too bad. You know what, Jason? I'd love to ask you a question, because we're doing this prediction thing now, because we both went for Clear Vision. I know why I went for Clear Vision. What was the reason at the particular moment you went for Clear Vision? Because yeah, I'd love to know.
Okay. Well, it looked who was most center in the circle at the time, and they were the most center.
God damn it. Mine was
I'm giving you my honest answers.
It's a flawless strategy. I don't know what to tell you, man.
This is why I thought you guys were going to go over Regnum. But I mean, Clear Vision, the position that they had in the compound, like any angle that people were going to push onto them from the west or north, it's all very open against that. And their approach to a hill eventually, if fights are going on up at the top, is a little bit more covered than anybody else. So yeah, I was really happy to see Clear Vision hold down that position, especially after they crashed straight into Surreal, which, by the way, just before Surreal went down, Blank in the chat with us was like, you should pick Surreal. Didn't work out for Blank.
Yeah, and we got made fun of, Max, for having fast pay 2 minutes early before it actually got shown, to be fair, and immediately them going out. At least we can make fun of Blank. At least we know we can do that.
Yeah.
Let's take a look, though, at Clear Vision's player stats, though, in the last match here, because we haven't really shown them to you all watching from home. And actually, SAMO going to be the one leading the charge here with the damage, with the eliminations. HAMODY not too far behind, but again, really good to see that not really anyone's lacking too far back yet. I mean, yeah, you know, ArHaPY is like 238 damage, but it is a team effort.
Yeah, doesn't have the mustard turtleneck anymore, so I think that like it's kind of the OP part of HAMODY is like kind of gone. But yeah, he's still able to get himself some good points in this game, so can't really complain too much. But yeah, as you already mentioned it, Colaris, they were holding down to one of the best positions at the in the mid game part, and all the teams had to push through the fields. It's just you're gonna have the information super early. It's really hard to breach from those positions. Romanian Men tried to do it, and they just picked up every single elimination. So yeah, good stuff on Clear Vision. It goes to show that they can close off games, which was a big storyline we had in Western Europe, right? And I think Blank especially brought it up a lot during Western Europe during the cards. Like, they would get to the late game, but they would just fumble at the finish line and not being able to close it off. This is a different finish from them. They are willing to go out of their way to get the eliminations, get a good position to get the win. So this is a good change from Clear Vision. I want to see more of it.
I will say, given the position that they had and the fights going up the hill, I would have been concerned if they did not get the finish on this one. This was, I think, again, Regnum for me was one of the big threats. The fact that they got completely sandwiched was brutal. I was surprised at S2G's maneuvers up in those kind of high ground positions. I thought maybe they could sweep to the east and then deal with that and then come south a little bit, but they didn't do that. That could have potentially been the winning play for them, but it wasn't. I'll shut up now. I got so much to say.
Yeah, I mean, but we got our prediction correct, so we're both on 1 point each. I still have not said the H word today, so Max could have picked a much more difficult word, maybe saying A or consistency or the. But you know what? I'll take the easy route. And the reason for that is because you know what? He drank Monster Energy out of a fountain,
Not
a chocolate
fondue.
fountain, a monster fountain, not a fondue. He unleashed his beast. Make sure you guys at home unleash your beast as well here as the official energy drink partner of PMPL Europe Championship Spring 2022. But gentlemen, as you can see, I mean, it is time to get into our next match of the day. It's going to be match 4. We're over halfway done with the day, so we'll throw it back over to commentators to jump straight in.
I don't know about jumping. I'm quite happy sat down, to be
How do I
honest.
get
But we
so
are
small
going to be
every time?
certainly look. Well, maybe if you were taller, you know, one day you'll grow up and get a haircut and do all of these things.
Goodness me. That is so rude.
That
Not
is rude.
enjoying that
is very
whatsoever.
rude. No, that's fair.
Yeah, a lot of good points coming off for the nets there. I think that, you know, I picked Surreal, right? And we were just talking about this, is that they did have technically the game-winning position. It's just that Clear Vision took it off them. And I was a little bit disappointed because they didn't really put up too much of a fight to hold on to it. Although I bow down. You know, I bow down to the guys on the desk. They know what's up, so that's fine. However, quickly before we head into game, please, I'm asking you, I'm begging you, please sign the survey. Make sure you get in on there and you check all the boxes. Let us know what you think of the show, what you might want changed. Give us some feedback. That's all we want, just a little bit of feedback. You feed it to us, we give it back to you guys. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, make sure you check that out in the pinned YouTube comment section. You can find it all there. And make sure you have your say for the future of the PMPL. We'd love to hear from you. But we're getting into this game as well. We're going to be looking for some spicy plays. Are you feeling? What are you thinking? Are you thinking it's going to calm down a little bit after the earlier games so far? Or are you hoping for a little bit more high-octane action?
Oh my, like this is like where you have a Vindaloo in the first game and someone brings out the ghost chili pepper, you know? That is what it's all about. I think that someone's always going to try and top it. Again, I just don't ever think that I'm going to see in my life a 27 Alimma. That was kind of nutty, kind of unreal, kind of unheard of. And I just don't think I'm going to be hearing it ever again, although it will echo throughout the rest of this tournament, of the championship, because those kind of point scoring numbers will really set you in a very, very good position going forward. But Fireflux, they need to keep things up. Remember, they started the day with 50 points. They were quite far behind in 9th, and that has shot them up the rankings, but they need to go further.
Still a ways to go, and to be fair, there's still over half of the tournament that remains, so everything can change still. It is very volatile, certainly towards the middle of those tables. As we drop on in to Sandhawk, the flight path going northerly, but everyone will get wherever they want to go. The circle is on that north side as well, so likely going to end up on that northeastern island, but there is still that potential to end up on the mountaintops of the northwest.
Yeah, there's small potential, right? Usually you're looking for a much more northwesterly circle to see something like that happen, but there's still a chance. Like you say, there is still an absolute chance. For Game Lord, though, this is a very typical start for them up in the northern side, with a bit of a split going on. However, just a little bit more interesting with the Istanbul Wildcats, right? They're very, very close by. Even S2G down towards Paradise Resort, they're looking up towards Game Lord's position. You can see Akashi's already taken a bit of a beating on his way out of here. So I think Game Lord's going to be a little bit careful, especially in their European tournament. If you didn't catch it, you know, this is where they were getting a lot of success early in the tournament, and then people started to figure it out. And I'm sure a lot of these teams have been analyzing every single moment of these games. So I'll have a clear idea what Game Lord's doing. I do like that they have got together, regrouped nice and early here. There was a problem from before. Down towards Ruins, though, John, it's 4 Romanian men, no longer having to deal with the likes of Shockwave immediately in position.
if you want to be keeping track of just what they are dealing with as well, make sure that you're telling your friends to tune in as well, because we are looking at those rewards for peak concurrent users. The top prize obviously being 80,000 peak concurrent users. It's the PMPL 2022 Spring t-shirt, which is a permanent cosmetic that you can unlock for your account. If you make sure that we hit that milestone, we will be able to send those on out on their merry way to garner the European fans with in the glory that they witness here.
The glory will be witnessed at some point in the future, specifically Sunday, so make sure you tune in then, so you know exactly what does go down in the end. But also tune in every day, you know, especially if you weren't here earlier, you missed a 27 elimination game. So you might want to, you know, after the day has concluded, maybe rewind, take a quick cheeky peek at that one, because Flux are really out of control on that one. I don't think anyone were going to stop them anytime soon, and they have done fairly well after that. But you know, it's finding heights like that again is almost impossible unless you got a jetpack strapped to your back, which they certainly did do in that first game. However, it has been unstrapped for the time being.
Game Lord on the north side right now, playing up near that mock on a cheeky little split. They're gonna stick to their guns on that one. I'm waiting for the heel strike from TJB, Blank. That's what I want to see this game.
The heel strike coming from TJB. I mean, it has happened at some point, but they have been getting caught out here. It has been a little bit weird, because that was kind of a constant for us, right? Is that the TJB would hit that heel strap. Xray slowly getting out the way, moving their way up to very, very central position. A nice spot, to be sure. A lot of teams will take this position nice and early on. Great hillside to play from, gives you some sight lines looking down towards boot camp. Anyone that wants to come up there does have to deal with you if you get into position nice and early. You can see now the two players from Kecth as well as Frozen regrouping with the rest of the team, and they'll set themselves up a nice line over this ridge.
A line to field this. Penta and Eastern Stars. Too close for comfort right now, but yet to pull the trigger on the fight. They'll bide their time just a little bit more. Manu and Muzi up on those ridge lines. Goodness me. Someone's outside my windows. Slow down. Someone's going far too fast out there.
I was like, I looked away briefly to the map feed and I was like, someone's driving a very fast vehicle in game. I looked back and no such thing was happening. I realized it was your end of things. It's okay, yeah. You know. I see that you're also on the RAS looking for some more limbs in game.
It's a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit out there.
That's fine. He's got places to be, you know, milk to buy. Get back. He needs to retune in. Sandhawk's only just started. He still has time to get to the shops and back. You leave him to it. He's trying to get us towards that 80k concurrent, you know? That's what it's all about. He's doing his due diligence.
It's true. He's got to get back. Got to get back for the Sandhawk finale. That's what you're looking for. Regnum Kaya and Xray going at it right now at the moment. Regnum Kaya doing a little bit better. Better for the wear. And will be on the southeast side of boot camp, playing close to it as well. They start to move to the hills to the southeast. They are leaving away from that. Xray spotted out by Beşiktaş as well on the northern side.
Yeah, I think for Xray, they've got themselves into a bit of a precarious scenario, right? Behind the rock, tucked in. It is Regnum Kaya who are moving up pretty quickly here, John. I think Frozen realizes it. There's a quick push in, and this is what dismounted the guys from UDR Killers last game in our angle.
Loxy back behind the rock will be able to stay up and fragging for now. There's the shots coming through. Kuda able to get one, looking for more into Regnum Kaya as they move up the hillside. Traded 2 for 1 on the knock, and there's the flush as well. Regnum Kaya fall at the feet of Xray, and all 4 of them stay alive.
It's a disaster, John. It's just occurred on our screens. But Beşiktaş looking on like, what happened there? They've witnessed a tragedy in the making for Regnum. Kecth, though, hitting some extremely good shots that last game. Hitting them again here on Sandhawk. It all looked very topsy-turvy there for Xray, but they've come out on top after all. Still holding on to that really strong position on the ridge side. So if anything, they've just cleared out a potential, usurper from the ridge. This is going to do wonders for them in that late game, clearing out some space around them, John.
Hopefully be able to reap the rewards for that. Have to wait and see, though. Next year in the sightlines of Beşiktaş still, but unless there's a big crash here, which I'm not expecting, I don't think these shots are really going to stick too much more than damaging armor, soaking meds.
That's pretty significant, though, considering the area the next year are in. Yeah, it was kind of a boon that they did have a team crash on them in this spot, to be honest with you, because they were able to get a little bit of loot on board. But you can see there, just one med kit, one first aid kit. Not a lot to be working with, and realistically, if you are next year, you're almost hoping for some more crashes coming your way. But I think this is the smart decision. Heading down, finding a compound, very central once again, and can maybe find a little bit more loot. Hopefully it's not been all picked apart by the time they get there.
Any gear can help, especially in such a competitive scenario. You want to be making sure that you're getting any sort of advantage you can. TJB, they are hanging back, and maybe we're going to go back to that heel strat style that we have been looking out for. We didn't see it in the first Sanhok we played previously, but that was the only one that we have seen. So potentially back to their old tricks. See if TGB want to just convert, get a mid-teens point scoring game if they're able to get on that late into it. Have to wait and see. UDR Killers moving from the south past that cave position to the western side of Quarry. There's the shift that you're looking for towards that mainland. So the area right central there goes up in value. And if we're going by Jason's prediction strategy of choose the most central team, S2G are going to win it.
They are pretty much slap bang center in that circle, aren't they? But there's a fair few other teams in this area too. You've got Beşiktaş, you've got Xray as well. I am now curious to see what the predictions will be when they do finally come through, because I think those guys, they see something that I don't. You could really say that they have clear vision compared to me.
Yeah, sometimes when you suggest a team to win, it just feels a bit surreal. Like you've been in a fever dream or something like that.
That's true. It's absolutely true. Nice one. Nice one. Clear vision, though, in boot camp is going to be quite difficult for them to leave, though. I think getting out here early is pretty beneficial for yourselves. Luckily, the circle's not moved too far away from them. HAMODY going down, pretty bad news for them considering how much work this guy does do for the team. This was that fight, though. Very, very clean setup from Xray, playing around those rocks. I think they always make an appearance in practically every single Sanhok. Get there nice and early. It really does give you a nice little bit of a position to be playing from. Our next row, you take up a little bit of a compound down towards the crossroads. A nice spot to be sure. The question is like leaving this area. It's really going to be waiting for those next circles to pop now, John.
I mean, the hillside currently occupied by Beşiktaş to the north side of them. Makes things a bit tricky if they do want to leave. You can see there, though, they do have that scooter. The warp head to try and get on out of there. If they need to, if they have to make that move, but still probably quite a way away from that. And they should be all right for now. Fire Flux, 4 players alive. Really only Beşiktaş and Xray who have seen any sort of action. Clear visions as well. And of course, Regnum Kaya, but we don't talk about that.
No, we don't. I mean, Clear Vision have certainly observed the action. I mean, directly at their visors. It's a little bit unfortunate for them. But Beşiktaş is absolutely not willing to let them go lightly. ArHaPY does go down to a nice steal from Xray, actually, and that's good for them because they're getting a little bit more info of what's going on, and they can quite comfortably assume the position that Beşiktaş is playing in and be very careful with their peaks now, which is great. Absolutely some beautiful bit of information gathering for them, and also an elimination points for their troubles. So I don't think that could have gone better for them, to be honest with you.
Frozen playing peekaboo with the compound, shutting the door and opening it. Doesn't spot anything just yet, though. and has the eyes on the swivel. Look at that, Southwest. We are seeing it, Blank. It is the TJB heel strat. Although they might not have started it, they certainly have seemingly perfected it. 3 players move forwards. They leave the player at the back. More often than not, I believe it's Lin that they leave, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
On that Southwest side, and he's going to be just tearing through SAMO for any meds that you can find. You can heal bandages fairly late into the game, at which point you will need to start eating into those first aid reserves. If you push through where your teammates have been fighting as well, you know there's going to be more loot there.
Yeah, it's just a case of leaving a vehicle behind for him, which you can see they absolutely have done. And he's going to keep moving up, getting closer and closer to that circle. And she'll take a little breather later on, conserve some of the first aid kits if you can. Good stuff for him. X-Team, though, they have spotted out TJB. This gives opportunity for Lin to kind of divert his path into the circle, redirect the TomTom. God, I remember the days of the TomTom. That was a long time ago.
I know, everyone just uses their phone now.
I know, crazy.
We had, in order to carry a camera, a oh my God, all of these, that you carry about 5 things that you used to carry around just in your pocket nowadays. Goodness me. You kids don't know how good you have it. You whippersnappers with your PUBG mobiles.
Dear me.
Sorry, I was
permanent t-shirt rewards.
Sorry, I was just
Unreal.
possessed. I was just possessed by the spirit of Kalaris over on the desk. Sorry about that.
Old man esports.
Grandpappy Kalaris over there. He somehow took over me. But you know what? I've shaken it off.
That's good. You don't want to get possessed at a time like this. The only thing I want to get possessed by is the unbelievable action coming through from the games. SonHP, though, just barely started, to be quite frank with you. We're 14 minutes in, and a lot can happen in the next 10. Typically, these games end around about 23:30, 24:30. You can definitely quote me on that one. I've seen enough SonHP games in my life.
Between 20 and 30 minutes, definitely.
I will predict that this game ends on 23:39. Okay.
Do you think? 23:39?
23:39.
Okay.
All right. You ready for that?
Okay. I'm going 24:11.
Oh, nice. I like this. So is that, I mean, the guys on the list, they've got their prediction game. We have the time prediction game.
That's right. That's right. I can see
Not
into
quite
the future.
The time
I can
police,
see.
but we are the time cadets.
Time cadet. they're the Minutemen with a second, boys.
Exactly. But all these seconds will count now going forward for these guys. Penta will be counting the seconds whilst they are laid on their bellies on the coastal side of boot camps. It's a little bit rough, but for Romanian Men, they managed to slip themselves in, and I think that comes off the back of Clear Vision being fairly pushed up. There's some nice spray onto GameLord. Oh, goodness me, GameLord just can't quite catch a break. I think they had the same thing done to them over an angle by HAMODY from Clear Vision on their Raz on the beachhead. So these vehicles are just bringing some very bad luck. The guys from GameLord today. Narvalo out towards Mongnai. I think this is a beginning of a heel strat, maybe a scuffed one at best, to be honest with you. Depends how many first aid kits he has, but looks like he's going to try and make his way in on that northern side of the circle. Oh, goodness me. Ooh. And that's right down towards the southwest. It's a boot camp finish. You couldn't ask for anything better than that, John.
I'll tell you what as well, TJB have regrouped. All 4 of them are out of the blue. They haven't left Lin all that way back. I wonder if they're going to stick to that heel strat, or if they're going to try and change their game here. Eastern Stars on the crossing, suffering heavily. They try and make it under the purview of Penta. Pulse does go down, but that should be Reservoir on the rock side. No one else really with that sight line. No one on that south end to really put that pressure on. So Pulse should be very, very Reservoir there. Eastern Stars eliminated. Going down 15th, down comes the crash from Getso towards UDR Killers. It's not going great for now. The first player gets knocked and rebuffed, so 3 players live and kicking. Ulysses around the edge with the UMP, popping that reload, nade, smokes, and anything they can around the side to suppress these shots. But what is that? A side swipe from Pocus tears Getso apart and leaving them just with 1 player alive. More spray yet to come, and it's Pocus all day. Getso dismantled.
Goodness me. Through the smoke, he just emerges. Here's our predictions on screen. TJB for Kalaris. Okay.
I like
He
it.
sees them make the move as the 4 unit, and he's like, they're going for the win in boot camp. Both Jason and Maxman going for next Ruya, though.
I wonder if money on them. I wonder if that came in before or after the boot camp shift.
No, I don't think so, because they predict on, I think it's like 16 minutes 30.
Yeah,
and that prediction comes through fast.
Well, I have to double check.
You double check, my son. But I like both these predictions from both guys. You know, but it is Maxman predicting next Ruya alongside Jason.
Oof.
Oof. Get the
no
double there. It's not looking like it's good news. We'll see what happens. I personally believe the next Ruya had a great position and so far have looked very, very strong on this map. Flux outside of the circle.
Oh, that's not quite able to land those shots on the spray down. But Surreal suffering nonetheless as Solkay is able to get that angle that Lutz could not. Pressuring them back into the rock. They've managed to bloom a couple smokes, which might keep them safe for now, but look at this. There's so much damage just pouring on in.
Yeah, it's
so hard to stay alive.
Keep backing this one out. I mean, they're in an awkward spot now, and realistically, the smokes don't really help. You have to underhand one onto that little hillside there if you want any chance in hell of getting out, and you're still visible for a good 2 seconds, making your way up that hillside. A bit rough.
What are the
Wildcats
killers doing?
Yeah. I don't really know what they're playing at, but, you know, they take down the remainder of Game Lord, I believe.
Yeah, but now 2 of them are downed, and there's only 1 of them alive. So, I mean...
We're now in a blaze of glory, John. What they want.
I'm not so sure about glory there. I don't think that's the word I'd use.
A blaze.
Certainly. That's better. I like that.
Oh my goodness me. I don't know if you've seen the circling screens, ladies and gents, but that is right on boot camp. Right on top of it, in fact. I love this. Flux, though, trying to make their way down towards X Team. Zombie barely sees out of the smoke, just the barest glimpse of a player, but it's Solkay through the window. Vaults right onto that man's head like a Goomba.
Ooh. Team nade as well for X Team on that southeastern side. The res possible onto Kecth as well. Not really much more to do here. Zombie wants to try and cook these nades up around the side, but Flux, they're moving as duos. I feel like this is a signature maneuver from this team, playing off one another, playing in these duo positions. X Team eliminated. Is next Ruya suffering? Hang on a minute. Oh no, I thought that was next Ruya going down, but it is in fact Surreal. Unfortunately though, for next Ruya, they are low, they are down, they are out. And the only horse in the race for the prediction game now, Maxman with TJB. No, sorry, Kalaris. I'm lying to you.
I told you, man. You pick. If Maxman picks it as well as Jason, it's not happy days for them. S2G though, you guys are killers when it comes to close quarters combat.
The circle.
I know. Headed down towards TJB. It could be this. Lynn's decided that, you know what? Sod the healing. I'm getting in. I'm fighting. But he's got 30 first aid kits to work with. This man is basically a veritable tank on the battlefield.
Oh, I love this. All these players should be pretty familiar with boot camp. It's the normal place you drop when you're going for these hot drop practices, when you're going for these fast loot drops to get those eliminations on board. Rip7 sweeps the rubbish out of the way there to be able to get this res off. Everybody now playing for position, playing for this ground. Look at the ground that's covered by TJB right now. And they've had a lot of time to establish themselves here. Flux on the eastern side may be looking to prove troublesome, but that trench is littered with bodies right now from all of these teams trying to make their way through.
Yeah, his Ants Nest is just filled with warriors. I'll be gunning out, but it's S2G who jumps in, Rip7. He's ripped the cord a little bit too early there. At least gets the refrag. Silas moves up. Nade's going to come around the corner from Rana.
Oh, he's pumping those shotgun blasts straight in through those windows. And Silas, the clutch master himself, is pivotal in taking down 4 Romanian men. He has the suppressor on there as well. So deadly. You just hear that expression of air around the corner and you know you're done for. Kelsey doing work as well for the team as S2G fight on with 2. Pushing in through the door frame. Kelsey leaves his teammate alone, but it is just too much for them. And Clear Vision with 1 still standing. TJB with 4.
The circle has left the building though, abandoned the Coliseum of Gladiators. But such a wildcard prediction coming out from Kalaris onto TJB. The healers themselves coming in, deciding they are in fact warriors in the making. Soulless cannot stand up to Lengx.
GK first, dropping that smoke around the side. Manu makes a break for it first. Swings out. GK first, more than ready for it. Teammates as well, and they are torn apart by TJB. Tong Diabao with 2 standing. To be fair, they are against Fireflux with 3. They need to get these reses off if they want to be able to stand effectively and strongly and move in to this Fireflux territory.
It could be so difficult though. Fireflux were right on the eastern edge, had great time to move into the circle itself, but Lin
Heal strat.
finally goes to the heal strat. Okay, you love to see it. I wonder how many meds he has. You know, he could live for a damn long time, depending on the med count. GK first has got nothing, because I bet it's all in Lin's pockets.
I wonder if they know where Lin is. I mean, they can just nade this position. It's in range, and that one finds it. That might be it. Lin might go down here if the tick was too much for him to bear. Doesn't manage to find it. That nade is absolutely pivotal. Fireflux looking good to solidify themselves with another chicken dinner. 4 first aid kits for the final player from Clear Vision, who takes that second place. But Fireflux with their second chicken dinner on the day. It is back and forth at the top of the tables, as once more Fireflux will streak out in front.
What an incredible finish to this game. ALKING, not long for the world, but what a nade over the top. And that was the best thing he could have done there, because Lin would have lived for a very, very long time, depending on the med count he had going for himself. He really wasn't in the thick of the combat either for a long, long time, John. So if that nade doesn't come through, potentially have a case where, you know, you go all the way to zone 9 and Fireflux have nothing left in the back pocket, and Lin just out heals them. 1,178, they stayed out of the action for quite a while, and it was a very fortunate circle shift, to be honest with you, on the eastern side, but they made the most out of it, moving down towards the south, get into position, get a very good compound and play it from there.
Fireflux with some, with those shifts towards the south side, I feel like that really played into their pocket, getting that shift right on top of them as well. TJB nearly able to clinch that one out, but just too far away. Taking a look at the top round report. I mean, 3 eliminations being the highest, a very evenly spread lobby.
Absolutely, and I mean, with pretty crazy ending actually in boot camp. I mean, I don't think many people got the better of one another there, to be honest with you. But it has just been all hands on deck all day. This entire championship, in fact, it has just been one fantastic game after the other. I know I say this every time, but this has to be one of the more exciting tournaments I've commentated in a while. It's just always fun, but we're continuing to top things here in PUBG Mobile.
Absolutely. Better and better always. Well, we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, the analyst desk will commiserate Kalaris for not quite being able to get that prediction right.
What you guys don't realize is Blank and John are constantly doing that while they're casting, actually. They can't stop moving. I think they have some sort of disorder or something like that. But welcome back, everyone, to PMPL Europe Championship 2022, as we've had Fireflux pick up another chicken dinner. I'm kind of happy it was them, to be fair, because the second I saw Maxman lock in the same pick as me, I was like, well, there goes that prediction. But if I don't win, as long as Kalaris doesn't win, I'll be happy. And you're coming in second place. You were close. The close only counts in horseshoes and something else that I can't remember.
You know, the one time TJB decides to actually play the game on Sandhog, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go with them. And it almost worked out.
Oh, man.
But Fireflux, the way they are carving out position and like taking fights, and even sometimes just completely sending it into the center of these circles, they're playing a blinder of a day. And you know, fair play to them. A little bit of circle favor towards the end, admittedly, but you know, they're still playing an extremely powerful day here of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, well, we are going to head to a quick little video here while we just check some things out. You know, Mac's been bragging about destroying some people in 2v2. I'm not sure if that's the video we're going to be going to.
I don't think so.
It will be a 1v1, but we'll see you guys shortly. Can't wait to see Maxman do the 2v2 and just get absolutely slaughtered and smashed. Or maybe he doesn't. Who knows? We're going to find out, obviously, as we still have time left in the next couple of days, and of course throughout today as well. But to quickly wrap things back around here to our last match of Sandhawk Fireflux. I mean, we haven't checked with overalls just yet. I'm not sure if we'll do it just now. We might just save it for the next match. But Fireflux, from what we've been able to tell, have been able to shoot up massively in the rankings. And keep in mind, Regnum had 104 points at the start of the day. They were, you know, pretty damn far ahead of every other team.
Yeah, but they've been having, unfortunately, a really poor performance throughout this second day so far. So yeah, it's been very easy for them to catch up, especially when you get like that huge first game from Fireflux, and they just keep adding onto it game after game after game. And they're the second team to actually breach the 100-point margin. So yeah, Fireflux should be first place, and I don't think that any team is close right now.
I mean, they're close to getting 100 points today, I think. Never mind what happened yesterday, right? In the first two games, they had 65 points. So from this game as well, got themselves quite a pretty penny. This is again, a kind of performance like this in one day is pretty unheard of, and so far they're blasting it.
Okay, well, we are actually take a look at overalls now. Looks like we actually can have to hop into that while we have some time here to give you an idea. And we can see Regnum, 23 points on the day, but Fireflux at 142. That's just ridiculous.
I mean, yeah, there was already a lead created by Regnum yesterday, but the fact that they not only reduced that lead, but able to overtake it by such an amount, Fireflux is just insane. Like, we said it on paper, this is the team that just is going to make your dreams come true. And really, they showed it at the end of PMPL Turkey. They're showing it here once again. Like, this team is just amazing because they have a position. If they want it, they're going to take it. And that's the thing that makes this team so scary in every game is that if you have a strong position, chances are they're going to breach it.
91 points in 4 games. That's the tweet. That's it. I'm done. There you go.
Sorry, whenever Max says like breach or something like that, I just keep thinking back to I'm gonna breach it. I'm gonna breach it. 108 points, clear vision. For Romanian Men initially were the team on the top for Western Europe, right? And Clear Vision actually has been able to surpass them, currently sitting in 4th place. But as we talked about at the start of the event, right? Looking at this list, 1 through 3 is a Turkish team. Number 5, Turkish team. Number 6, Turkish team. We only have 3 teams from Western Europe here in our top 8 at the moment, just really showing and really reinforcing what we said at the beginning of just Turkey being so strong as a region as a whole.
Yeah, but the main issue that you're seeing right now with the European teams here, some of the Turkish teams too, is the fact that they've been inconsistent. Mostly you're looking at Clear Vision, you're looking at Eastern Stars. Yesterday, pretty much invisible, not seeing too much of the team. They're having a good day too, which is good. But if you're looking at your Flux, if you're looking at also Beşiktaş, those 2 teams in particular had a good day 1 and a good day 2. And that's the thing that's really going to pay off after the 4 days. So yeah, they don't want to budge, and the teams at the bottom of this page are going to keep cycling through other teams and logos. But right now it's the Turkish domination is real.
On the flip side of it, as you say, Clear Vision, it's a great jump up for them. The last 2 games have really paid dividends for them, right? A 1st place with 12 eliminations, now a 2nd place with 12 eliminations because they were in boot camp, kind of greeting a lot of teams into their territory where, I mean, we expected so many teams to crash into that position, and Clear Vision was able to capitalize on that and actually get a high elimination game for themselves off of a Sandhawk, despite 2nd place with 12. So that's impressive.
Well, looking down the list here, I do want to ask, is there anything that kind of is unexpected? Maybe seeing, Game Lord or TJB this low at the moment, maybe next Ria. Again, we got to see some good things out of Udar Killers when it came to Western Europe, but right now, I mean, sitting in 12th place isn't too strong.
Yeah, I just, when I look at this, all I have to say is, should I apologize to fastPay Wildcats? And I think I should.
I think so.
Unfortunately. Yeah, I'm sorry, fastPay Wildcats. It was not intentional. But yeah, I mean, they came in the finals of PMPL Turkey as a very big surprise. Nobody expected, even themselves didn't expect to be 1st place at the end of those finals. And well, it seems like they come into a realization that the international experience is very important, and it just doesn't seem like they're very used to this type of lobby and how things moved around. So yeah, fastPay Wildcats struggling, and yeah, it's unfortunate. There's still a chance, but I feel like it's a little bit too late now. We're almost about to hit the 50% point of the tournament, and that's when you really struggle to get out of these bottom 4 or 5 positions.
I was going to hark on the same topic for Wildcats. I think, obviously they feel like, to a certain degree, they overperformed in their region, but now I think they're probably thinking to themselves, okay, we're underperforming here at the internationals compared to what we're capable of. So, maybe we'll see a bump up. We'll see in the future.
Yeah, I think it mostly comes down to, obviously, the preparation you're doing at night after the matches are finished, or in the morning before they start yet again, to be able to adapt to strategies. We obviously have seen, regions clashing here with some different styles. So you have to really understand how teams are rotating. I know we talked about actually in Western Europe that, the teams really knew the rotational paths of their opponents and were able to capitalize off of that. Thinking back to, I think, teams like Big would get punished sometimes on their pretty cut and clean rotations they would do, or maybe it was Big punishing other teams. I can't remember. It was quite a long time ago, Colores.
I mean, Big had very strong holds of edge play, but there were sometimes moments where they would try and push in, and they get caught by a Game Lord, for example, and that was one of the only teams that could actually beat them on those rotations. So yeah, it happened from time to time for sure.
I mean, I have the impression when you're looking at these 2 regions, right, I think that there's one very clear comparison you can make is that the Western European teams are very macro focused, and when you look at the Turkish teams, their micro is on point. The one example you can use right there is Flux, right? If Flux are breaching, especially a Western European team, sure, that the Western European team might have a good position because they were aware of the good positions in that circle at the time, but if you can't breach it, then all your macro just falls apart. So you have to have the good balance of both worlds, but right now the Turkish teams do have both of those.
Well, we got to see earlier, just to move on from this, how you guys are watching PMPL. We had someone with a Darth Vader figurine. Let's see this time, actually, some of you sending in some pictures of how you're enjoying PMPL, and we'll take a look at one of those. You guys can obviously tweet to us with the hashtag PMPLEUChamp. And there we go, that's from DGKNGLRR. I'm not going to try to say that because, you know what, I don't think I can, but I'm going to be watching it on... I want to say a laptop, but I can't tell. It's too dark on the outside.
That's a thumbs up in the dark, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Why are you watching in the dark like that? Like, literally got no windows, no button or anything. Like, I heard that's not good for your eyes.
Hey, it's
why are you hating on him?
Yeah.
Let him watch the way that he wants to watch,
I mean, I got glasses for a reason, right? I was too close to the screen when I was young. Yeah,
I mean, it does kind of make sense having his room with the lights off because the light reflecting from your forehead, Max, is kind of bright. But let's bring it over to our commentators, though, as we're going to jump into our 5th match of the day. I feel so bad, Max. Don't hate me! Casters, take it away.
Jesus. Excuse me, officer. I'd like to report a murder because that was absolutely volatile by Jason onto Max and didn't even give a chance for Maxman to defend himself, Blank.
I mean, you can't really defend yourself, but what you can do is look towards Jason and just channel the beam of light from that forehead and just blind Jason forever. That would be the most significant little rebuke that you could go for. But at the end of the day, we're heading back into our angle, right? Max was saying it. We're almost at the 50% mark at this point in time. We're getting this playing path, which has been predominantly down towards the south side on these angles so far, which has been pretty unenjoyable for a lot of these teams. But look at that, the boys in action from Fire Flux, all three of them when it comes to eliminations. Unreal stuff coming through from them. And honestly, this has been an almost 100-point day after the fourth game for Fire Flux. It is an incredible performance from them. But Regnum, on the other hand, it's just not been as strong at all. And this is what makes me worry for Fire Flux maybe tomorrow. Perhaps they have a similar road of approach that Regnum did, which is just get an unreal amount of points on one day and then just completely fall off the next. And it's that trap that you can't fall into.
That's a good kind of worry. That's a good theory. I would argue that Regnum's journey toward the top has been much different to Fire Flux. Regnum, I feel, have been a little bit more heavy on positional and rotational awareness, and I think that's a little bit easier to counter compared to Fire Flux, that has been more aggressively focused, more engagement focused, and in this kind of lobby where you do within reason have some weaker teams, Fire Flux have been able to take more of an advantage of it, and I don't see that stopping anytime soon.
Potentially, I do think that there's some absolute killers in that team, but look at that circle right up to the northern side. Almost looks like a crescent moon now coming through from the map itself. So all these teams looking to head up top side, and the Istanbul Wildcats left behind down towards Sosnovka. Must be very unhappy about that one. On the other hand, you have teams like Eastern Stars, Game Lord, all looking to make it up as quickly as possible. You know, Game Lord could even hit Stalba early on after heading towards their usual drop spot mansion, Prison Lepovka. Would not be surprised to see that.
S2G look good so far across the board, currently lying in 5th place, predominantly focused on eliminations, but I would argue that those eliminations, within reason, have come from again kind of clutch moments as opposed to strong team fights compared to what we've seen from other teams. And I suppose similar in the theory of what you said about Fire Flux, I'm worried that might bite them in the butt coming into tomorrow's games, and yeah, they might not be able to find that solid balance.
But again, and we can bring this back to a conversation that me and you had yesterday, which is that drive, that passion that they've really reignited in Fire Flux after having a couple of splits from a couple of different teams, then coming back together again under a new banner. And they want to rise that banner and rise it high indeed. And today it is absolutely flying in the wind with some incredible games so far. And I would imagine that they would like to continue doing that tomorrow. And I think for Regnum, it might have been as much of a surprise for them as it was for us on their first day, just getting an incredible amount of points underneath their belt. But I do think, on the other hand, for Fire Flux, this is a team with the experience to back these kind of numbers up. And it's experience from a long time gone at this point in time.
Teams scattered around the map. You have clearer vision towards school and apartments, their normal drop spot, but they will, of course, have to be aware of the migration coming in from the south, leading into the later parts of the circle. And yeah, looking at the leaderboards, I don't think we're too surprised with the amount of Turkish teams in towards the top 8. However, I think we can certainly say we're a little bit more surprised with the European teams that are within the top 8. Clear vision for Romanian Men. Where did this come out of, Blank?
I think the clear vision that there has been a really strong path towards the top at the moment. They did have a huge improvement streak during the Western European tournament, right? And I think that is That is like the major thing for them, and I think it's because their potential is yet uncapped. I think this team has further to go, still more things to learn, and at a very fundamental basis, this team has some really, really good players on it. I do think that maybe with a couple of adjustments here and there, potentially it could be a star team. At the moment, they're still lacking a few things, a few areas. Their breaches are getting stronger, but there is still that sloppiness now and again. But so far, today at least, it has felt very, very clean. And this is the kind of clear vision that I'd want to see for the rest of the tournament.
Certainly, the foundations are there. Just got to take it step by step, game by game. Just like S2G are taking it step by step as they loot up the outer parts of Gaka close to the southwestern edge of the circle. Game Lord are swinging a little bit closer to Starbar, maybe not as heavily up north as I kind of expected considering the phase on circle, but again, the scope is there to potentially camp out Eastern Stars, maybe the likes of Regnum Kari, and of course even look in the direction of Beşiktaş.
Yeah, I think so far, for me, Game Lord has felt very afraid of Beşiktaş. Regnum going down to UDR kill is not a good start for them. Losing one player right off the back there alongside X-Team to 4 Romanian Men. Coming back to my original point, I do think the Game Lord just felt very, very frightened of these guys from Beşiktaş. Originally giving up their drop spot in Yaz. I think that's a decision that was made by them, but again, not even fighting for it, making that decision nice and early. It's not really paid off for them. And I think that they just need to get back to Game Lord Evolve because, you know, when we see them in those Western European lobbies, they are the king of the mountain. They're the king of the world. And it really does feel like that when they rock into the circle, they're the ones to be frightened of. They're the ones to look up to. They're the King Kong. And I think I'd like to see that kind of chest beating action come back into play for this team.
Nail on the head. And they hit the nail on the head in their rotation, as did UDR against Regnum. You highlighted a couple of elimination points for the time being, or at least one against Regnum. They'll survive on that northern shift across the river as a 3-person team. Still, TJB looting up North George and Surreal, possibly attempting to hold off Wildcats. Wildcats, I think, learning from past, not mistakes, but past situations, and have opted to go for that Eastern bridge rotation.
Eastern bridge rotation, I mean, it's not so bad here. I think they would know with the plane path itself going further down towards the southwest, right? And that was its original path that it took. There was going to be a fair few teams heading towards that side, picking up Gatka up towards North George, South George, Crates. So I think this eastern push is probably the smart thing to go for here for them. Heading through farm, not many teams going to be around here. So it's always good to see.
Average elimination for Flux is 10.75.
Yeah, it's pretty scary.
Average eliminations. That's kind of unprecedented, I would argue, at this stage of a tournament. They might be looking to add to that as X-Team are going for a bit of a weirder rotation in towards the George World Crates, maybe looking to catch out Flux. They've been able to at least survive, although have lost a player in the form of Bimby. I don't know if that was against Flux. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this rotation from X-Team.
Yeah, it's a bit odd. X-Team actually lost a player early to 4 Romanian Men down in Primorsk on their rotate upwards. But yeah, it's a little bit odd. I mean, they're swinging back around again. We'll see what happens there. 4 Romanian Men, on the other hand, heading up towards Box Compound. Again, your boys from Flux dominating here. This is just kind of, they may as well just throw the 4th player on there, just have it as a team roster stat instead. But yeah, we are seeing the circle head again up towards that northern side and Stalba. So Game Lord's rotation up towards Kameshki does kind of work out here, but now they need to figure out how are they going to dominate this position? How do they want to play around this? Do they want to head up to Stalba early, or do they just want to control this eastern side and start clearing down towards Yad's Fields, towards that northeast?
Penta suffer a knock on the bridge close to Yaznaya against Clear Vision. It was of all teams. So Clear Vision looking to evolve based on what you talked about, being stronger on the holes, being stronger in the rotations and pushing teams back around. I'm gonna have to be careful against Regnum Kari. And with this kind of phase 2 shift, I'm super curious on what the Desk's predictions are going to be. Is it going to be a TJB backing once again from Kalaris? Will it be a Beşiktaş, maybe Game Lord backing because of their initial stranglehold on towards the eastern side? It's certainly gonna be interesting to see what the Desk pick.
I think with Beşiktaş having a very, very strong anchor point, right? We're going to quickly get a nice little replay. Some beautiful shots from Scarell there. Not an easy weapon to control, actually, in terms of recoil from a long distance. So really good stuff from HAMODY, just really controlling his spray. Extremely good player. Came out of basically nowhere, did this guy in his yellow turtleneck. Nice, found himself a nice black t-shirt. A little disappointed in that, but he does look very clean, as does the team. But yeah, it's a very nice anchor point that Beşiktaş currently have up towards that very northern side of Stalber on the west. So really, really, really nice place to just hold out other teams. And I do think they have the backing behind them to do it, though they have been fairly quiet over this day.
A little bit of action going on between Wildcats and Game Lord. Game Lord, slow rotations into the initial couple of circles. Again, trying to play the edge play, and you got to consider that teams with that playing path with this phase on circle, there's most likely going to be a couple of teams coming in from behind. They didn't cover their backs and they suffered a casualty, now down to 3 players.
It's a little bit unfortunate for Game Lord here. And I think that, you know, from the position they were playing, it really was clear down. There wasn't many other areas that teams could have approached from. I'm sure that you would know this is the team or it's coming. And for Wildcats as well, they left the player behind down on Sosnovka, and they lost one. So that was effectively a 3v4, which did not go in the favor of Game Lord. So there's some strange stuff coming through at the moment. Octavian just about lands that one.
Or Romanian Men in the compound that's pretty nicely placed outside of Severny, but we'll have a lot of traffic rolling through, as you can see right now. TJB sent it from North George into the city of Severny. The warehouse that's outside to the east of Severny is a strong place to lock down, and I don't quite know who it is that's there, but there's definitely a team in that warehouse.
You got 4 Romanian Men just kind of hanging around towards that loot crate. Ooh, Eastern Stars. That is a risky move you've gone for, and it has paid off with the big bucks. You'll take that one. A lot of teams are going to be scampering up to try and scavenge some position on the side of the hill of Stalber. Come off the back of a boot camp finish into a Stalber mountain finish. Couldn't ask for much better here.
God damn it. I was just thinking that as well, Blank. Bootcamp, now Stalber, I'm here for it. It's why I love PUBG Mobile Esports. It can be a little bit frantic for the players, of course. The toughest tests are done in the toughest of lobbies, and it is a big, big test, and it's not looking good for 5 Flux under rotation. Game Lord on that northern side, swing on through, get an elimination point. That is what I like to see.
Yeah, they're really out of the way now. And again, Beşiktaş were able to get that small bit of staging. They didn't go for the risky play of the Stalber finish. And I respect that move, to be honest with you. I think it is very unlikely that it ends on Stalber. But here we are, you know, it's dead center. So I think for Eastern Stars, they're very comfortable up in this spot. But Clear Vision looking for a little breach right towards the top of the mountain at the moment. Not willing to let Eastern Stars just lie on top, nice and easy squeezy.
Honestly, I think Clear Vision kind of taking a couple of risks by not rotating into a pace that they absolutely want to lock down. I get sending one player with a buggy to try and look for some information, but I think 2 players like that has a massive risk of losing 2, and then you're down to a duo. Of course, coming into the late stages of the game, that becomes much more difficult to deal with. You can see Getso has a player knocked down that is on the eastern side of the map. I believe it was not quite sure, actually, Surreal that got that knock, as far as I know.
Yeah, they're just clearing that area on the eastern side. It's not a bad thing to do, to be honest with you, either. If you can clear out that area and then just kind of hunker down, stay hidden, stay secret, that's the way to be sometimes. Tongjiabao, though, they are holding down the line of these Western teams trying to get in, and it's UDR Killers, as well as X Team, who are all trying to flow through this position. And even if they do get up on top side, they will have to brute force their way through
Beautiful.
Romanian Men and Game Lord.
Beautiful position by TJB. Not only do they have 2 players anchored into the circle, but the spread is covering any single reposition that a team is looking to pull off. Because where Lang X and GK first are, it's covered from S2G up in the higher part of Star Wars. So TJB, they have this area locked down for now.
And regardless of what happens, right, they can make decisions afterwards. And it's just all about funneling teams into awkward spots. And that's that thing I was talking about earlier with 4 Romanian Men. Regardless of where UDR killers go, it's getting through several teams. Dear me. fastPay Wildcats. Now's your time to shine, Max. This is the moment you've been waiting for.
It would be hilarious if Max didn't pick Wildcats and they win the game. I kind of low-key hope that's the case. I don't know exactly when they're predicting the teams, if it's now, if it's in the next couple of minutes. But please, Max, don't go for Wildcats.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta give them more credit. Maybe this is the time to go. This is the time to pull the trigger, press the button. See what happens. We are in day 2 of match 5, so 1 more game today, and then we're done. We do have 2 more days after this of action-packed fun. But if you guys at home, S2G do lose a couple on the approach, going up towards the fastPay Wildcats position. A little bit more difficult to hold down this entire area with just the 3 players that they were afforded. They would have loved to have the 4th. I'm not sure what exactly happened to their 4th player, but losing another right now to S2G with no one really around. Ooh.
Okay. All 3 of the desk are going for Xray. It's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. They are down on the south side, blank, away from all of the action on teams that did commit around the stall bar area. So I certainly understand what they've all predicted Xray.
Still interested to see what they can do. I mean, I don't have the most faith in the world in this team. I think they pulled out some cool moves over on Sandhawk. And I do think they're a team to be feared, but just some a little heavier hitters in the lobby at the moment. Penta clear out the final player of X team in Beg for Mercy. Whilst a multitude of teams start to roll on down.
Eastern Stars 3-1 split on the northern crest of the circle. I gotta think, honestly, ATHIS is providing realistically nothing to the rest of his team. I don't know what logic is behind that split. Let's see if it works out as Getso swinging through in the northern tip, taking a bit of a fight against Clear Vision.
Well, I mean, ATHIS usually does this, right? He sits right out in the blue and looks for backstabs of any team that's trying to creep up behind the rest of his team in Eastern Stars. But I think that Bazzy's come across in the vehicle to pick their boy up. UDI Killers will go down after what was a harrowing experience for them over on the northern side. Trying to get through barbed wire almost through 4 Romanian Men, Tongji Bao, and then also S2G.
SAMO using that TPP perspective, prone down, stands back up, is able to clean through, gets a knock in the Andorra X, and X marks a spot for SAMO. He's the last player alive for Clear Vision, so an extra elimination point, potentially leaning towards an extra couple of placement points. I know there's still 15 teams, however, we are down to 38 players, blank.
Just the 38 now. A very clear focus towards the center. fastPay Wildcats chilling. Xray, though, got a lot of area to mess around with, but this is not what anyone wanted to see.
Oh my god.
Heads over towards the eastern side. It's bare ground ahead of them. Surreal, though. This is a chance to redeem themselves, redeem their name of being the ones that were on top of our angle, but already losing a player in the back. It's not starting out well for them.
Oh my god, this shift just kicking the teams all kinds of direction in the face. TJB now are gonna have to traverse through all the action for Romanian Men, at least trying to do a bit of dirty work towards Getso, Clear Vision, the final player, and Eastern Stars. Up on the high ground, pretty far away from the circle, Eastern Stars gonna have to continue to trend their way down south. Wildcats in front of them, further down the hill, even Xray on that western edge of the circle. Eastern Stars, they need to make a move. They need to make a move quick.
Next year, you might need to recall Kecth in just a little bit, to be honest with you. Slightly out of the way. We'll provide some good information, but I think they have to set up the roadblock on this hillside. Kapahala send some bullets over towards Kezers from Getso. We'll take him down.
More importantly, he sends Getso down to 2 players. Penta eliminated, down to 14 teams, 30 players alive. SAMO, the final player. Clear Vision is still standing tall. I think SAMO got a knock on the Sarah, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, he is closer to the Blues. It starts to swing down, getting close to the edge of the circle. Bazzi and the SAMO finishes off Clear Vision. He was only going to last for so long. Octavian, Eastern Stars up to 4 eliminations.
fastPay Wildcats, they're still making this work. They will have to leave this compound at some time. Romanian Men blast onto the northern side with 2 of them. Redox behind crawling, but unlikely he'll get back up. In the meantime, Eastern Stars finish off the final dregs of Getso. Themselves 6 eliminations on the cards here.
Okay, 4 Romanian Men crashing on the warehouses of Wildcats. 1 inside the vehicle, 1 inside the molly. So he's down to a sliver of health, and Lux finishes him off. That is the end of 4 Romanian Men. Wildcats have their backs covered. Now they have a short entry point into the edge of the circle. Octavian of Eastern Stars gonna crest into the direction of Beşiktaş, and nothing he can do. Eastern Stars are eliminated.
Now Beşiktaş with that really good early game position, not really favouring anywhere. Now have a strong position to play with. Circle centres up their way, and they have control of both the north and the south side. One of their players is down though in Zessy, and enjoys just taking himself out of the equation, regrouping with the team. Smart decision.
I think it's a time to cancel the 2-2 split anyway and join back up as a solidified team. And on this open roadside where it can be a little bit tricky to control as a 3-person team, the Beşiktaş are going to make the best of their opportunity. Akashi is coming in from behind. SonHP, I think he might have a bit of an idea. Prone down, looking in the direction of Akashi. Tron, the final player up of Regnum, is a little bit close to the south of the circle. But again, we're down to 15 players. 8 teams, so I think only Xray are the only team with the full squad up.
I think for Xray, it has been such a good time for them. An extremely good position that they picked up nice and early, because this is practically a fortress that they're playing in. Very hard to breach, difficult terrain to rock up to in vehicles, and they have just played from here, stayed safe. And you can see with all the migration from many different teams, a lot of teams have lost players on the approach. Whereas Xray, like you said, they're at 4 players, and now it's time for them to kind of start to pick up the stragglers of the team. GK first, last alive for Tongjiabao.
On a little bit of health. Down goes Surreal, so 17 left up. And Xray, they're going to pick up the stragglers. And down goes GK first, covering their backs. So I like the fact that they even did send Kudor into the circle and then had 3 players covering their backs. And now they can send the full squad in the direction very close to the battle that's ensuing between Wildcats and Beşiktaş. Beşiktaş have a player knocked. Fireflux up to 2 players, 3 eliminations so far. Lux takes a ton of damage.
Yeah, this is the nade time at the moment. Peace, unfortunately, the nades do come across. Will finish his run. Beşiktaş down to 2. fastPay Wildcats in a similar position, but being in nade range, Xray, they don't want to let this win slip through their fingers. Starting to crest the ridge at the moment. They can take control of this high ground. It is night-night for the rest of these teams.
Don't go up one by one. I understand why they don't want to really overextend on the hill, but they got to make sure that if they do, they do with 1 or more players, and that's exactly what they do. The final player of Wildcats is eliminated, and that comes in onto Peace. A second one? He's going to put Xray down to 2 players, and Kecth doesn't look in the best of condition right now. He needs to scale back. His teammate as well, Doka Machine, prone down. Beşiktaş looking to end the run of not only Xray, but stop the prediction of their teammates to run over is there. Enjoy 7 is the final player up. Doka Machine needs a clutch up. He does indeed. Yeka is still alive. And Xray will look to stay together at least as a 3-person team.
Scary, scary little play there from Beşiktaş, and you're getting flashbacks from the original Erangel Day 1, Match 1, where Peace clutched it up versus Game Lord in a fairly unwinnable situation, but now it's Fireflux back in it once again. These guys are just reluctant to let up the gas this game. 2v3, possible, but up the hill, improbable.
Top 2 teams are in the top 3 of this game alone. Once again, Regnum Carry and Fireflux, they just won't go down. Yes, Regnum Carry down to solo, but Tron picking his team up a minimum of 10 placement points alone. That is exactly what they're looking for. They might not know that Fireflux is still alive, but when you're talking about controlling your own narrative, controlling your own result, Tron has done that for Regnum pretty damn well.
Smokes were used liberally for Xray earlier on, trying to crest this ridge to find their way up to take down Beşiktaş. But now, Circle moves downhill. Lutz absolutely cannot go down here. They miss all the sprays somehow. He's making his way up to the rock and lives. How has he done this? Resilience incarnate.
He danced with the devil and he won against the devil. Makes it to the side of the rock. His teammate Kecth throws out a pan. Not quite connecting. I think he has an idea that there is a player in that direction. So he threw out a blind pan, hope for the best, didn't connect. He'll have his wits about him as Xray do need to move down the hill. It's 2-1 split. I like that split from Xray. I think it's the best of a tough situation, and they get rid of the final player of Regnum Carrier. I think they're pretty confident that is a 3v2 in their favor. Like I said, going down the hill, more of their body is exposed. You have one covering the tree, one covering the rocks from Fireflux.
Kecth moves out just shortly, but will get caught off guard by the off angle.
And in the end, it is Xray to close out the chicken dinner in a pretty confident manner. I kind of had flashbacks from that Erangel game, the Fireflux clutched up. I know it was a different part of the map, but I thought, oh, if anybody can do it, it's Fireflux, considering where they lie. In the end, Xray not only proved the desk right, but they proved themselves right by taking this chicken dinner.
Yeah, I guess they do prove themselves right. I'm not sure what they're proving themselves right on, but they can certainly win a game. That's exactly what you need to get done. 1800 damage total, and just a strong position, honestly. Very well coordinated from themselves, and I think it's one of those moments where you take advantage of the chaos going around you. You understand that you've got an extremely unbreachable position. You play around that area, you wait for teams to tear themselves up on the rocks, and then you go from there. And pretty much it's just free fishing. Again, though, that play versus Beşiktaş required coordination and discipline to make it happen, because it could have all gone wrong there. You're going up against Peace. This guy is the 1v4 master.
Ooh, 1080 damage from Peace alone, 8 eliminations. Beşiktaş, I feel like, oh, and this might sound silly because they're coming into this game in third, but I really feel like they kind of should be in second, if that makes sense. It seems like they haven't really, as a team, just put it together in enough of these games to really make it count. These great solo plays, not quite complemented, but we're going to complement it into a very, very short break. Back to the desk.
that's what it's like to pick up a win here with our predictions. All of us choosing Xray and all of us getting a point. So if I remember correctly, Clarus and I can't lose today.
That's
but
right.
Max has the chance to not lose and tie us up if he's the only one right in the next match. But we'll get to that when we do. Obviously, to talk about Xray here, able to close things out. And I think all three of us were saying, well, Clarus was talking about as well when we were watching the game, we went towards Xray because of that rotation towards the south that we saw when the zone shifted around the 16-17 minute mark.
Yeah, and I was pleasantly surprised actually to see everybody going with it. Well, obviously, as I say, just to give a glimpse into the back of what we do, we all write it and then we all press enter at the same time. So we don't know what each other are picking before it actually occurs. But I think we were all very impressed by, I guess, the quick to action move, right, of them taking the south side of that. I think, you know, weaker minds, Max, would have picked Istanbul Wildcats in this, fastPay Wildcats.
I was gonna.
But this time you didn't, my friend. You went with the winning side because, I mean, ultimately, down that cliff side is not vulnerable to Wildcats and has a better transition method to anywhere else, even though there was a hard shift against them. So they did play out strongly despite the circle working against them at the end there.
Yeah, man, is this what winning feels like? I've never felt this before. This is
Yes!
cool. I want more of this. It's short-lived. Okay, cool, thank you. But no, it was great from Xray, but I'm actually even happy with what they did after that, right? Because when you're looking at them taking down the position in the south, right south of Istanbul Wildcats, which you just mentioned, Kalaris. After that, on the exact circle shift after that, Wildcats moving into the circle, and boom, that position taken by Xray, and they're just taking that big high ground position, which was so important to scout teams lower down, like Beşiktaş, like Regnum Kara, like also Flux, and that advantage point is what allowed them to close off the game. So it was two winning moves back to back that allowed them to get the win. So yeah, Xray potentially back on track after this one.
Okay. Well, yeah, back on track, and considering they're on the second page, they definitely need to be picking up more points. But yet again, Flux getting themselves 15, Regnum able to get themselves 12. So we're seeing some other teams who were at the top kind of maintain that lead.
Yeah.
What's
I mean,
up, Lars?
that was one of my main concerns for Xray, of course, was Flux. I mean, what they have done so far today is nothing short of spectacular. Now, I think today they've earned themselves 105 or 106 points, which is just ridiculous across 5 games here. And again, it's them that's in these final circles. They know how to make these approaches happen. They know how to take these firefights. I'm so impressed with Flux today. They've blown me away.
Okay, yeah, I think they definitely made their fans proud, and obviously thinking back to the members who were previously on football, it's just nice to see them find success in another team. We look on the second page, TJB 3 points. S2G was actually a team I was gonna predict in that last game until like 30 seconds before I actually did my prediction when I saw Xray sneaking in towards that south side, and I'm very happy I didn't pick them. Unfortunately for them, not doing too well here. And UDR Killers on 2 points as well. You know, Penta, I kind of want to bring them up really quickly if we can, because I feel like they've been really quiet this event. And I know they're not really a team we normally see, you know, burst out and pick up these huge matches, but obviously they were successful to get here to the qualifiers. They had good matches, they had good games, but they're not really being able to replicate it in a more experienced or more difficult lobby.
Yeah, I mean, right now that they do lack that experience on global events. The only one that really has that experience is Holes, actually, and he could potentially try and feed that kind of information and experience to the rest of the team, but that does take a lot of time. So I don't really have too high expectations. They had like one really good game when they were pushing on, who was it? Wasn't it Regnum Kari on that Pachinki Hill finish? Which that was a really good play. It goes to show that given the situation, they can have those really good sparks, those good moments. But when you talk about consistency in this stacked lobby with Turkish teams and also some of the best Western European teams, like, it is going to be tough. So as I said, I don't have high expectations, but I think that given time they could potentially try and increase a little bit their standings, but it's a long process.
Yeah, I think obviously they were opportunistic in that push up against Regnum when they were getting third partied effectively, or they were the third party to that. I think they need to look for more opportunities like that, and that's going to be their bread and butter here in this tournament, because I don't know right now whether this team can hold the team fight versus team fight gunplay of some of these other teams at the very top. So look for those opportunistic moments here and try and get your points off that, I think, is their best shot.
Well, speaking of these head-to-head gunfights between some teams, what about a head-to-head here of our top player from Xray up against the top player from Flux? It's actually be Kecth coming in from Xray, so no Frozen. It's gonna be Kecth coming in for Flux, and we can see just the damage, I believe, in the last match, I'm assuming here. Not too bad, but I mean, Kecth obviously able to convert a lot of this damage into eliminations where Kecth wasn't able to.
Yeah, I think this is a very clear improvement that I would say we almost wanted to see it in the PMGC, right? That PMGC was a lot of Frozen. Of course, you had the entire team, you had Kecth, you had Kecth, you know, setting himself around him and setting up Frozen in really good ways. But I think that one thing I always wanted to see from Xray, if they were performing, is see the other players be on a similar level to Frozen. And I think that this has given us a little bit of that this tournament. Of course, they're still not expecting to the level I expect Xray to be, right? They're slowly improving in their rankings. But seeing Kecth being one of the top players for the team right now is good to see. And I hope I can see more of a Kecth and Kecth together.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, for Fireflux, and I feel like we haven't really seen this, unfortunately, for Xray, and I could be wrong, is when we look at like the top frag leaders in the event so far, it's 3 members of Fireflux, and obviously it's reflected in how many eliminations they've been able to get, but it feels like no one on that team is really slacking. Looking at Xray, I mean, they do have the potential for everyone to, you know, really pick up eliminations, really own up their star role within the team, but we're not seeing everyone kind of hit that high gear just yet within the roster.
I'm trying to really pick out what has made Fireflux work here really well. I mean, what they've got the first, a second, a 12th, a first, and now was this second again? Was this a second again?
Second or third they got, yeah.
Yeah, so it's extremely impressive what they've done here. Again, I think that they understand the situation that they're in at the given moment, right? When we've seen them actually get themselves the first place in the first game, for example, they understood that they had to make a big crash happen. And I think this comes from experience. Obviously, Fireflux is a roster of old top players in the region as a whole. And I think, you know, they've been thrown into situation after situation after situation in big, high caliber tournaments. And they know what to do in the moment. And that's what's making them stand out here today, especially.
All right, well, you at home, we've been asking you all day long, yesterday and today, on how you guys are watching PMPL. You can obviously tweet to us and use the hashtag on Instagram for PMPL EU Champ. But we do have a new one, I believe, to show you of someone else watching the show here from home or from wherever they might be. It might not be home. Oh, look at that handsome guy. I like that. Look at that Claris on the end.
I know. Sometimes it's a curse, but, you know, most days it's a blessing.
Romantic dinner with distinguished gentlemen, pistachios, and of course some iced tea. Not bad. I like pistachios. I'm a big fan. Max, you a big fan?
I like them, but I don't like, you know, taking the shell off. I'm very lazy, so I buy the ones that don't have the shell. Yeah,
bro, it's about the work. You don't eat pistachios just to eat pistachios. Yeah, you eat it for the fun factor of having to open and work at it, just like sunflower seeds. Same thing.
It didn't matter what Max had said. You would have found something.
No, I swear. If he said it, he's like, yeah, I like pistachios. Like, great, but like that's half the fun is opening up the shell and, you know, working for the food. Yeah. All right. Well, speaking about working for food, we got to throw it back to our casters. We're heading into our 6th and final match here of day 2.
I mean, I have already had my lunch, but sure, I'll work for some more food. Why not? We'll get that one going. But the last game of the day draws nearer and nearer. We've only got one more outing here. I believe it's on Miramar for this next map. For all of these teams, their last chance to prove themselves today.
Exciting opportunity for a lot of these teams. Fireflux, of course, dominating overall across their leaderboards and consistency, performance, eliminations. And did they start talking about kind of the differences between Xray and Fireflux? And yeah, Jason's right about how Xray, you do have that kind of like lack of spotlight on the whole team. It's more individual performance. But I really think fundamentally that comes down to the playstyle. If you look at Fireflux, bar the odd 2-2 split, they stick more closely together. So when you stick closer together, you're supporting each other more, therefore you're getting more potentially eliminations, and the whole team and the whole players stand out. Whereas Xray, I just think they're playing too split sometimes. They're a bit slower to crest into the circles, and outside of the game we just seen, it doesn't really work out for them a lot of the time.
So you want a little bit more cohesion potentially from this next squad. That's what we're looking for.
Definitely.
Hopefully we'll be able to see that. Maybe it might take their evening's break to be able to review that, to be able to look back at, you know, where those things are starting to become a little bit unraveled, to be able to implement that as well. Probably going to be pretty difficult in the break between these last 2 games. But either way, coming off a chicken dinner for Xray, there are glimmers there.
For sure. It's all also about kind of breaking the duct and breaking the mold of now grabbing a win. So it's that confidence builder, and that's why I kind of like put a bit of emphasis on them grabbing that win at the end of the last game, because hopefully it will open their eyes and go, okay, we can do this. Yeah, it got a little bit scary against Beşiktaş, but in the end, they were still able to get themselves up as a 3-person team and to grab that chicken dinner as a 3-person team. Again, hopefully will lean in to their confidence. Miramar is going to be up next. It's a much different map, John, to deal with. We've seen some difficult hardships across the games, right near stall bar finish, a boot camp finish. I wouldn't mind a city finish to end the day.
No, it would be good. It would be good fun. I mean, the boot camp is one of the most chaotic finishes I think you're really gonna see. But yeah, why not? Why not have an urban environment ending on Miramar? Have to wait and see where it does end up. Of course, it's not going to be too easy to figure it out. Certainly this early on. That's why a lot of these teams are
plane
going to wait.
path?
Oh, here we go. Yeah, we do get the plane path coming through though.
It's not good, John. That's all I really kind of have to say about it. It's not really good. I know it's difficult to get a positive play path in Miramar with how big the map is, but again, this really isn't a good one.
It's quite a heavy southeastern cut, sure. Going to be difficult to get towards El Pozo. Montenuevo probably a little bit within striking distance. You can drop along that big road from Los Leones towards Montenuevo, grab some vehicles around there, try and pick up some pieces there, but El Pozo maybe a little bit further afield. I think it really depends on where the circle drops as well, where this first circle goes. If it goes north or basically not hard southeast, El Pozo should be achievable to go on a long rotate. La Copereria might be a little bit trickier as well. But we'll have to wait and see what these teams are going to opt to go for.
That's what I'm wondering with Game Lord. They've seemed to prioritize a bit of a La Copper airdrop across these Miramar games, so them banding in that direction from the plane path is certainly going to be tricky. Make sure in this kind of awkward plane path that you're dropping as a full squad, especially if you're going for vehicles. Split drop in Miramar is a recipe for disaster, in my opinion, especially in the early game. But at least the phase 1 circle, John, it does complement the plane path. However, I would argue that the teams still don't like how it showed up.
To be fair, this sort of a circle actually compounds the problem of the plane path in my mind, because it means that the teams that are all trying to drop around maybe want to start looting closer. There's a lot more early potential for engagements. I mean, look at the teams that are close to each other on that northern side. Are any of them going to break out west towards La Copereria, towards El Pozo? Probably not. So it might be 4 teams up there duking it out, trying to go for something.
It seems like Fireflux, at least initially, are not heading towards San Martin. I don't know where they're going exactly. They're still parachuting as far as I know. Xray looking for vehicles are going to get shot up by Beşiktaş, and important for Yeke if he can survive this, because not only is that Yeke, not only is that going to give his team a mobility advantage, but it takes that mobility away from Beşiktaş leading into this phase 1 circle. Of course, Xray are split. Penta has DEWWWWWWBby further back, but DEWWWWWWBby on his own, not really looking to take some shots towards Xray.
4 teams pretty close by. Game Lord are the furthest out of this engagement, but Penta, with only DEWWWWWBby here in this compound, you can see some backup coming up on foot. But there's more backup for Xray, and it is a closer and faster. The vehicle slams into the wall, and now DEWWWWWBby caught in the warehouse. A Wild West shootout here, but there's a nade over the top, and that will seal the deal. The headshot in the end from Frozen is what does it. Penta not going to be able to regroup, but Xray take the elimination.
Good teamwork for Xray. I also love the fact that they didn't rely on the wall, that they landed on the wall. They separated away from it. Yes, okay, nade came out at around the same time, so they would automatically have dispersed. But again, they didn't slow down. They were like, okay, we need to push on this, because we hang on to the wall for too long and give our opponent a little bit too much time, he can retaliate in a little bit of a confident way. They might not have known how many players were in that building area, so there was a bit of risk involved. Very rewarded, at least with an initial elimination point from the winners of the previous game.
on the north side as well. One of the hot spots that we identified towards the start of this game. Still a bit of work to do on that northern side to be able to move down towards the top side of Minas Generalis on the eastern coast. No one else too close to each other. Clear vision. And Regnum Kaya pretty tight up, but not really going at it at the moment. So they can chill out for the time being.
Of course, Eastern Stars once again gave the whole of Impala to Wildcats. So I'm hoping that it continues to result in a positive connection for Eastern Stars. They have a 2-2 split for the time being, 2 Minas, 2 to the east of La Bandita. So they already have a pretty solid spot locked down around the center of this phase 1 circle. Of course, the phase 1 in this circle is Los Leones. John, 4 Romanian Men currently in there. You have Surreal spread out around the city and S2G down to the south side of it. Up north is a couple of the UDR players. Actually, only one player in the form of Pocus. The rest of his team are all the way in Power Grid.
Quite far away, but it's a big map. This can be some big splits. If you know there's no one nearby, you can go for a little bit of early scouting split. Game Lord, this is in this northern cabal of teams. We're going to get spotted out. Kecth on a nice off angle there with the Mini 14. Sits Victor down. There's shots coming back across the way from the rest of Game Lord, but Victor's isolated. Seems to be the specialty at the start of the game for Nextruya, picking off these forward guards, these out-position players away from the rest of their teams.
It's ironic, though, John, is the one thing that I asked for possibly Nextruya to do, or at least highlight a difference between themselves and Fireflux, is what they've corrected initially in this final game. Every single move that they made, bar the initial drop for vehicles, they've done as a team. The push onto Penta solo player, the push onto Game Lord, as a full squad. So you're not leaving any man behind. You're not leaving any option, any opportunity for your opponents to get a retaliation in the form of an elimination point. You're just sweeping through, clearing out, moving confidently. Like I said, the duct has been broken, and it looks like we're seeing a much more confident Nextruya side.
Hopefully that will continue. They are going to cross rotational paths with Game Lord. Token Machine looking to maybe pop a couple of shots, but no. Scattering to the hills. Game Lord flee. Don't want to get engaged in this. Victor already down, but once they've got to that cover, they do start to turn around. They want that scouting information, if nothing else.
One thing you do need to consider in the early action that Nextruya have been, you can see Doku Machine, his level 2 vest is pretty much shattered in that regard. So if you don't recognize that as early as they probably should and move into the circle and at least do a little bit more looting to pick up some clean, fresh helmets and vests, it could hurt them later on in the game. But so far, so good for Nextruya. They are on the hunt, on the prowl outside of the circle. Blue Zone is closing in, John. Regnum Kari have made it into the southern edge of Los Leones. I know it's the center of the circle, and this team loves to play center of the circle. That's a lovely shot from Silas.
Suppressed as well, so going to be maybe pretty tricky to pinpoint where that one came from. Nicely found, though.
Love it. Love a good bolt action knock. Love it.
It's good. It's good fun. No, not quite a red dot, though, but you know what? You take that.
Bolt actions, of course, have come noticeably a little bit back into the meta across the last couple of months. So I look at Stalwart in the South Asian region as being one of the teams to highlight the strength of it potentially. And since then, I've seen a few more teams pick up those bolt actions and play through them as we get into the tail end of phase 1 and phase 2 popping up. It does shift heavily to the west, so locking in the mainland for all of the remainder of this game.
Might get your wish of an urban ending with a lot of the circle taken up by Los Leones as well.
I mean, I'm a big fan of the bolt actions as well, as you were talking about Imperium. The value of them being able to just pop those one-shot headshots at the start of an engagement is invaluable. I mean, sure, maybe you get the trade-off is you don't have that much spray damage to be able to take that down. But normally when you see these engagements happen, you're waiting for 2 or 3 of your players to be on those sight lines to be able to take those sprays towards the players to guarantee a knock. With a bolt action, you just want to pop a headshot and everything else you get on top of that is just gravy.
Okay, next Xray went into San Martin, the center of the city, and it's also coincidental because I mentioned they might want to kind of loot up and get fresh utility, but if it's in a city that they know a team drop, despite the playing path being awkward, and you're that late into the circle, you are taking a risk. Next Xray felt like it was okay because it was in the blue. Flux are there waiting, and they pick up 3 elimination points. Next Xray now down to just a solo.
Yeah, could in the circle actually made a hasty retreat from this fight. Now near Picardo in the hills on the north side of it. With Flux a little bit further behind. Game Lord made some weird rotations off the back of this fight. Now Valo went all the way back up out into the blue towards La Coperia. I'm not entirely sure what they're trying to do. Maybe they're looking for another vehicle to add to their fleet. But now the 2 other players from Game Lord, as they remain, are moving down towards where Flux just took that engagement. I can't see through the fog of their decision making, and maybe that's their idea, right? Is to make it so it's unpredictable.
I have a lot of questions and thoughts within reason about how Game Lord are playing and why it's not working in their favor. Have to think a little bit more about it and analyze how they're playing throughout this final game of the day. See how they can deal with day number 3 that's going to come up tomorrow. Eastern Stars, John, looking for shots on the Beşiktaş, and you see ATHIS has a bolt action, M24 with a barrel. Good combination to have, especially in the land of Miramar. And can't quite find a knock, but again, trying to disperse and displace Beşiktaş is never a bad thing.
No, just proved to be troublesome. The center towards Los Leones is actually really starting to heat up now. A lot of teams descending towards the city. Not all of them going right into the city, but still congregating around there. Getting in for fight night. Try and beat the traffic, see if you can get ahead of the game. S2G lose a player to Tron from Regnum Karya, who themselves have had a knock sent their way.
4 Romanian Men have been able to pick up a knock. They're still on that northwestern edge of Los Leones. TJB hanging on the outskirts of this current circle, the western spread. Getso are a little bit in front of them. Where will this phase 3 shift? It's going to center up pretty much for the most part on top of Los Leones. Yeah, okay, you have the south high ground of La Badita and the open area around that available. For the most part, most of the teams are inside the circle.
Yeah, the teams out on the west probably going to struggle the most, I'd say. They have a much tougher time of things. The north could get congested, but there's a lot of ridges and lines you can sort of play around there. The teams on the west are going to either have to swing out and play in a position they haven't scouted as much, or try and push straight on through this city and play on this west side of Los Leones. It's going to be very, very tricky to play from there. I'll be interested about the analyst predictions, of course, as we always are, to come up in about 2 or 3 minutes to see just what they're thinking about this, because this urban environment does really add some chaos to the mixture.
Can I predict their predictions?
No, it's not allowed, sorry.
Love the fact that you shut me down like that. Jeez. Okay, Dad, sorry.
I mean, you can do what you want, but
fair enough. Eastern Stars taking shots as they are in a beautiful compound outside of Los Leones, and you have a lot of flat terrain around it, so it's incredibly difficult for a team to breach. Yes, if the circle shifts away too late into the game, disengaging from that compound is going to be difficult, but for the most part, at least in the next kind of 3 to 5 minutes, Eastern Stars are in a great spot.
Got a replay of the pan flush there. Nice to see it nice. Good news, good news. Eastern Stars, all 4 of them alive. currently on the northern side of the circle, close to Fireflux, have made their way down south. Game Lord starting to enter now on the western side after leaving that area of the map. Oh, did Redox spot him? I think he might have done. It's an AWM in the hands of S2G as well. Wanting those one shots. Just try and pop those knocks. Open things up. Try and get those flushes.
S2G already lost Soulless. I think the biggest thing that's stopping S2G from climbing up the rankings in a more confident way has been their macro. Yes, the desk have highlighted the micro strength of the Turkish teams. However, you still need to have some fundamentals involved in macro, and S2G are lacking that in a big way, in my opinion. Wild rotations when they don't need to make it, some panic station moves when they don't really need to make it, and again, some low ball finishes simply because they have made the wrong macro decisions or have showed little to no macro inside this game. So I hope the VOD review comes through coming into day 3 and they recognize how they need to improve and are able to complement that micro with some solid macro.
Looks like we're going to exit Los Leones just a little bit. There's still some of the buildings on the northeastern side, but less of an urban finish than maybe you'd have thought there could have been. And all of these teams on your camera right now will have to change, will have to move. A lot of the Game Lord players getting found out by the 4 Romanian Men squad. On the western side. Some nice picks. We'll have to leave, as I say, head eastward.
I don't know what it is with Game Lord. Like, you know, it's the same level of frustration I have with them as I did with TJB coming into the finals back in PMPL Europe. Because I know they're capable of better. I know that they can do better. But I can't wrap my head around the decisions they're making. Right? And then going in blind into Los Leones when the phase 3 circle was inside the city, you gotta know that teams are going to be skirted around that area, so it's going to get gate kept, and you can see that it was 4 Romanian Men to do that. It's weird. It's so weird to me, John.
Oh, I didn't realize you could do that, but apparently 4 Romanian Men just drop shot from the top floor window down and get the spray down. I mean, I like it. I like it a lot. Getso moving up on the UDR killers positions. Well, there's some side swipes, there's some off angles. Ulysses goes 1 for 1 on the trade. Teammates for Getso, not so lucky. 2 players go down. Ulysses trying to find some wall cover, but the flush does come through. And that's actually potentially, yeah, I think that's a third party coming through from the fastPay Wildcats across the way, chiming into the engagement, and Getso trying to get away from it. UDR killers as well. 3 players now standing on the western side.
Will the desk pick Wildcats? Will this be the game where they grab a chicken dinner? They're certainly in one of the best spots, high ground, Overwatch, and so many teams around them. You've seen them already, third party, 1 engagement. That's exactly what they need to do to bring a level of success. And it is indeed Maxman hedging their bets on Wildcats along with Jason on Beşiktaş and Kalaris with Surreal.
Yeah, currently Beşiktaş over on the eastern side, fairly untouched right now. Fireflux to their north. In the meantime, though, Eastern Stars wiping the hillside clean of the Clear Vision. Only 1 player from Clear Vision left remaining. Trying to track down Surreal on the map. Okay, they're on the northeastern peak of Los Leones, so on the southwestern side of this next circle. You see them on that minimap in the light purple or lilac. Not entirely sure what color you'd call that. I don't know if it has a name, but it's the lighter purple. That's what I'm going for.
I think light purple or lilac is pretty on the money in that one, John. So
I'll take the
fair play. You know your colors. You know your colors. And
I'm at
yeah,
least 7.
Jesus Christ. And I think those are safe bets as next 3 you go down, right? All 3 teams at the desk picked are in very solid positions. I when that previous circle shifted, I instantly looked at where Beşiktaş was and thought, yeah, that's a pretty solid game-winning position there. Biggest threat in my eyes is Fireflux, even though they're on the northern side of the road. They have a strong spread, so they're getting very good information.
And you know what? Don't discount X Team.
even though they
Okay,
haven't had the
fair.
best of performances, we know they have potential. We know they have potential specifically on Miramar. This is where they got some of their groundbreaking, record-breaking win over in the Western European matches. Of course, right now, it's looking pretty quiet. No eliminations on that south side, but all 4 of them are alive. They have now had a shift towards them as well. They have got a little bit of cover. We'll see what they can do.
Eastern Stars are out, played on the West, hope for the best, and they got kept by UDR Killers, I think with a little bit of third party from the final player, Clear Vision. HAMODY with the Yom. There's no better bolt action in the game of PUBG Mobile than there is an Om. It can get you one shot head knock with even a level 3 helmet. It's just that damn powerful, John.
Certainly is. Don't want to be coming across that at long range. But the limited ammo makes it a pretty valuable weapon, but it's an investment to try and pick it up. It takes up one of your slots, and as soon as you run out of ammo, it's basically useless. Well, it's more, it isn't basically, it is useless. S2G, lose another. And Kelsey looking pretty high and dry now, alone.
He's at least close to the edge of the circle, but getting there is going to be a different story indeed. You have 4 Romanian Men directly to the south of them. You have Regnum Carrier camping the edge of the circle, doing exactly what they need to do to set up a potential game-winning scenario.
Bold push there from Getso to try and cross that open ground outside. Spray in through the door, and will come up trumps in this first fight. Out around the side, has one first aid. Will pop it here. Surreal going low. This was the prediction from Kylaris at the moment. On the western side, will have quite a way to go, but not really finding too much. fastPay Wildcats in the meantime starting to leverage their position against Penta. Doing well for now. Holes down, flushed out easily. As Getso get eliminated on the west. Need to pick up the pieces for Surreal.
Followed by UDR Colors. There you go. UDR
right.
Killers. In the yellow down on that kind of northwestern side, should I say. So once again, firm control for the Wildcats. One of their players is knocked by 4 Romanian Men all the way down on the opposite side of the map in the southwest. So that's definitely interesting. So Wildcats still need to be careful as Muzi is the final player up for Penta.
Manu trying to move across these hillsides, but it's not going to go well. Penta eliminated now. The next team still chilling out on the south side. Flux needing to make this move, needing to make this push, but they are in a valley, and it's very, very tough to move in here under the watchful eyes of Beşiktaş. And everybody else going to have to move in. The shift comes through.
Regnum Carrier once again covering the backs. It's just a continuation, right? They will need to move into the edge of the circle, and they make that rotation as quickly as they can. You know why? Because they've put in the groundwork. They have their backs covered, and they don't. They make sure that they're not backstabbed, and that's so valuable for Regnum Carrier.
fastPay Wildcats continuing to put pressure every direction. They've got a sliver of the edge of this next circle as well. 4 Romanian Men really suffering. I mean, you can see what they've been able to do so far. Just look at the damage numbers. 3 of the top 4 damage dealers in this game right now are on the fastPay Wildcats team. They've had this high ground for so long, and so many teams have had to move around them.
Yeah, it's going to be another squad down. S2G Esports, 8 teams left standing, 23 players. Just at the moment, Beşiktaş and Regnum Carrier have a full squad up. There is potentially going to be full squad back up for Flux next team, but that's not looking that way, as they are going to be fighting against other teams such as Wildcats and Beşiktaş.
On the northern side, Flux really struggling now. The fastPay Wildcats wanting to put some ordnance down into the smoke valley. Lutz not going to like this one. Served a little bit hot there, and will go a little bit long. Solkay still low HP. Lutz wanting to slow things down. You've got the molly in there somewhere. Certainly heard the glass breaking. Might be to just suppress any pushes. Well, oh, finds the back line there. Boran on the backup. Does get backed up, but in comes Beşiktaş on the off angle. That nade will seal the deal. Zessy able to make it work. SonHP nails the second. Flux are eliminated on the northern side.
Not really much that they could do, as Can't TJB. They're wiped out by Regnum Carrier from behind. They can get the revive up, keep themselves up as a full squad. It could look very healthy for Regnum Carrier. And with the current leaders of the pack out eliminated, we'll be looking to end day 2 much closer at the top of the standings, John.
Flux got 5 eliminations in that game. In this game just gone. X team eliminated, so don't need to worry about them anymore. fastPay Wildcats still going with 3. Surreal Esports on the west with 1. Beşiktaş 7 eliminations. 4 players alive. At the moment, it's looking pretty spicy for them. But they just lose Peace. And a crucial piece of the puzzle he is too.
Looks holding back Regnum. Lovely molly thrown in the direction. Not quite connecting, however, will suppress Regnum Carrier. A second one connects. Ooh. That's gonna send Beast around the back of the building. Burning, but not quite knocked.
The tick not quite there. The final one just out of range. Remember last Miramar today when the analyst desk predicted 3-2 and 4, or 2-3 and 4 rather, probably a better way to put it. Regnum Carrier could make that happen again if they bump out a couple of these teams still in the next couple of minutes.
Beşiktaş have the circle on phase 7, shifts over to the east. There's one thing having a circle, it's another thing winning with the circle. Luckily, it's low ground, so they're not going to get pushed upon too quickly by the remaining 3 teams, as well as the fact that Surreal are down to just a solo.
Regnum Carrier, well, in the crossfire, eliminates Surreal. Trying to get their players back up. Beşiktaş moving around the sides of these rocks now. fastPay Wildcats want to use this position well. Regnum Carrier, having lost a player's position, maybe looking for that res, bring themselves back to 4. But they're low HP. fastPay Wildcats have got the high ground against them, but Regnum Carrier want to take that away. But in the back stop, it is Beşiktaş again playing these off angles. They've played spoiler now to 2 positions on this side of the map. And they are moving into the south side of this next circle. fastPay Wildcats have got the lion's share of it, though.
Lux, for the last 3 to 4 minutes, has been harassing Regnum Carrier, locking them in a cage of that solo building in a truck below. And finally, when the Regnum Carrier do escape that cage, they walk into the direction of Beşiktaş. So Lux, still not in the circle, but once again doing a great job for his team.
Zessy puts the pain down again. Sprays towards Regnum Carrier, finds Tron, and will be able to get that knock as well. One more to find, but ducked behind the headland there. Regnum Carrier eliminated. 3 versus 3. One of our analysts is going to be right, but which one will it be? Beşiktaş going up to fight against the fastPay Wildcats. SonHP opens up the bidding with a knock over onto Boran. Will get that flush as well. 2 players for the fastPay Wildcats over on this hillside. Zessy crossing open ground, steps up, nice knock. Should be able to get that flush as well. Lux with the LMG in the open, very difficult ground to cover. Gets that flush, brings it even, 2 and 2.
1-1 split from Wildcats is perfect, but as is for Beşiktaş, losing a player, it is a clean 2-2. The circle shifts towards Enjoy 7. So as Beşiktaş sent the player out in the open, Wildcats, John, are going to have to now do the same thing.
They're going to have to push a little bit closer. This circle proves troublesome. Any nades, any ordnance, any utility will be all important here. There's a little divot that Enjoy could potentially follow around there. If he crawls it out, smoke up the hill. Isolating that sight line. And slowing things down. SonHP not making the move. Impetus on 5 fastPay Wildcats right now. And Xray will have to crawl forwards. Enjoy will be able to spot this as soon as it goes through. Out into the blue now. Both of the players are leaving a backstop. So Enjoy frontman for Beşiktaş. Has to go up. Has to duck back behind the headland. Gets away with it. Lux nearly takes the head clean off SonHP there. And they want to try and do it again. A nade in this spot would end it right here and now. But I don't think the Beşiktaş have anything left in the arsenal.
Slow them down. Beşiktaş doesn't need to where it doesn't need to be a knock, but all it needs to do is slow them down. The tiny corner is just inside the circle of phase 8. Incredible from Wildcats.
The burn there, but the smoke bloomed early, allowing the fastPay Wildcats to move out wide. They're going to play around this smoke. This is the lifeline that they needed. Xray hits the deck. SonHP falls. fastPay Wildcats with Lux and a teammate at his back, but he's super low. Xray falls. 1 versus 1 now. Enjoy around the headland, and he swings it out wide. It is Beşiktaş to take down the top of Miramar, and the fastPay Wildcats cannot finish the lap.
Oh my God, what an ending to that game. I really thought it was going to be so much easier for Beşiktaş, but I gotta say, Wildcats, resilient as they come, left until the final second, and in the end, they just couldn't close out the 1v1. I'm so happy though, John, that Beşiktaş got this chicken dinner. It has been leading to this point, right? Game 1, they got themselves 8 points in 5th place. Second game, they got 4th. Third game, yeah, okay, only 1 point, but 4th game, 11 points. 5th game, they got themselves 2nd place. This final game of chicken dinner topped off what has been a very good day for Beşiktaş.
And it's going to careen them way up on those tables as well. I mean, it's been fairly close. They were in that contention spot as well. So they're going to have some real good news to close out the day. Not only that, though, fastPay Wildcats were able to secure that 2nd place. It looked like they could have done just that little bit more. Unfortunate shift right at the end there. That Molotov forcing them into the fight. It could have gone either way. But really, really nicely held down by Beşiktaş. They played such a good spoiler game in those final circles, peppering at teams around the sides of those headlands.
And I'm really glad that it was Wildcats that was in 2nd place, because as harsh as I've been on Wildcats in today's game so far, the final 2 at least has been a big improvement coming into tomorrow.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff for Beşiktaş to be able to close it down on a strong note. We're going to go to a short break. Make sure you don't go anywhere, because we'll be very soon back with the desk.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very good.
If you at home have been paying attention to the prediction game throughout the day, then you could probably figure out who is the loser today. We'll get to that in a little bit of time, though. We'll take a look at the match rankings as Beşiktaş, my team, who I chose, takes home the dub and gets me the dub over the course of today as well. 29 points coming through, but to be fair, Maxman, you picked fastPay Wildcats 3 times, and they did get themselves 22 points.
Excuse me?
Yeah, but you also got a negative score on a math test.
3 times, unbelievable.
Okay, yeah, and I muted myself too, apparently, so that's great. Like, you know, it's a frustration as well because I picked fastPay Wildcats 3 times. I get it, Jason, but I had hope, and they did go pretty far. So respectable attempt from fastPay Wildcats, but yeah, Beşiktaş won it, and I don't know. I am frustrated. I am distraught. I am confused. I am lost. I am sad. I am all of those right now.
Well, I hope you enjoy your eyebrows because you might be losing them before tomorrow.
Oh, no.
Take a look at the rest of the list, though. Regno coming at 15 points. Surreal 12 as well. I mean, they were able to just stay alive. I believe, Carlos, you
yeah.
picked them. They had one player left alive, just trying to hold on and, sneaks their way into that third or top 4 placings. At least able to get 8 placements on the board from that.
Yeah, it was a bit of a wild card pick, I think, for me this game, because I wasn't fully paying attention at the moment where we had to pick. So I was like panicking and a bit fraught. But I did go with Surreal. I liked their initial position that they were in. Unfortunately, though, Circle shifts hard towards the east from them, and then they kind of get bottled up in a lot of that edge of Los Leones situation. So, but they did survive to top 4. I'll take that as a mini dub. Definitely more so a dub than fastPay Wildcats.
Mini dub.
A mini dub. I'm a small guy. I can deal with a mini dub.
A little one.
And at least I'm not Max trying for fastPay Wildcats 3 times in the day.
I wish I could say that. That was not me, but
You wish you could say that.
yeah. I don't know what to tell you, man. Oh yeah, but I mean, Game Lord, like, to go on a more serious topic, like, of course, it's still happening. They're still going for the slow rotations that you called out a few times, Kalaris, already. And I'm surprised at this point we haven't seen a change. Like, it's clearly not working in this lobby, and I thought we would see a faster adaptation, because we praised them in the past to be able to adapt pretty quickly on almost a game-per-game basis, but yeah, we haven't seen them being able to do that right now, so it's a little bit surprising. I do hope that tonight they're going to have a big change in mind going into the next 2 days, because it's looking pretty scary for them.
I mean, what did I think Imperium said it whilst we were doing, our previous tournament for EU West, is that he was saying that Game Lord looked PMGC ready, and he said it was a bold claim. But I mean, I think a lot of us were kind of probably echoing in the back kind of similar messaging. Right now, this team doesn't look PMGC ready. Like, this is a floundering team, is Game Lord, over these past 2 days, unfortunately, where they're not approaching circles at the right time. And we believe, I'm sure all of us sat here believe, that this team can take fights with the absolute best of them in this lobby, but they're not even finding the fights. They're not getting to the fights as 4, or not even getting to the circles as 4. So, as Max says, there needs to be a change.
Okay, we'll take a look at overalls, though. At the end of the day, remember, we did have Regnum in first place at 104 points. They only netted themselves 50 points on the day. Still decent, still half what they were able to put up the first day, but it's not enough to hold on to that first place position, as Fireflux, 162 points, getting 2 chicken dinners on the day, 84 eliminations as well. This is a championship caliber team, gentlemen.
Oh yeah, my stamp of approval, I think, is fair to say. 111 points today. 111 points across 6 games here from Fireflux Esports. And again, I have to put that down to their veteran status. This team has played game in, game out across tournaments, across years, and I think it is paying dividends here in this lobby with their decision making, when they're going places and how they're going places.
Yeah, it's just the accumulation of experience. You have all these players that were in different teams. You have the Class DA, you have also the footballists, and you just put them all together, and it's like this just explosive cocktail that's doing so well in every one of these games, and they just know which positions are the strongest, and they're not scared to push to take that position and control. And if they do it, what we saw today, most of the time they come out on top with a 4-man advantage, and they're actually going to be able to hold on to the position after that. Like, it's just, they have everything put down to a T right now, and the execution is perfect. I don't know, I want to say just good things. There's only good things to say about Fireflux right now. I'm really impressed. So yeah, I mean, I think this is a team that not only were able to put himself in first place, but will be able to hold on to it from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, the Turkish teams are definitely showing up here, and honestly, it's great to see. And I mean, obviously, I'm a little bit sad to have the Western European team struggle. Yeah, but the thing is, right, I want to see them challenged, because we were a little bit confused this year when it came to, or this last season when it came to Western Europe, where we didn't really see it as competitive or as strong of a region as it was the prior season. So at least maybe this experience can help them improve throughout the year, as we still obviously have another PMPL season to come up. But looking on the second page here, we do see Eastern Stars able to get a chicken dinner today, getting themselves up to 77 points. But still, not going to be good enough. fastPay Wildcats picking up a majority of their points in that last game from today. And looking further down the list, I mean, TJB, we talked about them having a phenomenal last 2 matches of the day yesterday, Clars. But today, they were just quiet as ever.
Yeah, I think they got 10 eliminations across the day with 1 podium finish. And quite honestly, if you'd have told me last year that, GK First and the gang was only going to be getting 10 eliminations across 6 games, in even this lobby, I would have called you a liar. But it's not been their day. Maybe they can find their footing in the next 2, because they did turn things on late when it came to our previous tournament. But yeah, it's looking dodgy.
I don't know. I have the impression I might have a controversial take on this one right now, is that when you look at the Turkish teams and all the roster changes that happened at the start of the year, I would say, technically speaking, throughout this year, like alone, 2022, throughout this year, I would say this is the point where the Turkish teams in this tournament potentially are at their weakest, because they still need to rebuild that synergy. There's still that time, the teams have been together for not a long amount of time, new coaches, etc.
Yeah.
And I feel like if we struggle to have the Western European teams beat the Turkish teams now, I can't even imagine how it's going to be in the full split, because that synergy truly is going to be there for all of the Turkish teams. So man, give it more time and the Turkish domination might even be better than this.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're very right, and I'm kind of worried for Western Europe, but at the same time, I'm hoping Western Europe will just get stronger and stronger as well. Thinking about the old Unicorns of Love Boys, maybe you'll see them on a different roster, or maybe mix things up. We still have a lot of strong teams, big as well, which unfortunately didn't qualify for this one. But to move on and to close things off throughout the day, honestly, we've been asking you, how are you watching PMPL? We got to see some pistachios, which Maxman hates because he only buys the ones without shells, and some iced tea.
I like them.
We'll see. What else are you guys? Well, you hate the shells. How else do you watch? We got Sonia coming in. She's actually one of the, I actually don't know her title, but she's actually helping us put on the show. I think she's working on the Turkish stream. Giving a little big hello, but that's not us on camera, so I'm a little bit disappointed.
She's staring into our souls, I think it's fair. Wait, this is...
Oh, we're going through all of them.
Oh, wait. This is a picture.
Except
we're zooming out.
Yeah. Is there another one to this? Does it just keep going?
How many times do we go
so
back?
we did make it in there. Okay, but this, I'm confused because...
Hooray.
How did this happen?
Damn, I'm looking good. You too, Jason. Huh.
I think there's a happy-go-lucky guy in the middle that has a punishment coming up later, and that looks pretty good. I'll at least give him one compliment today. Do we have another one, or is this it?
Oh.
Okay, I guess that's it. Well, you guys can let us know about, obviously, how you are watching. You can tweet to us or post on Instagram with the hashtag PMPLEUChamp, and let us know exactly how you guys are watching the show. There's only 2 days left, so you better get your pictures in. But to round things out throughout the day, obviously our prediction game has been going on throughout the last 2 days, but today in particular, so I'll check in with the scores and see how all of us did. I kind of spoiled it earlier on because I was extremely excited to do it, but let's check in with those and see where we currently stand. I believe I'm at 2 throughout the day. That's right. Max, you're on 1 throughout the day. Wait, Kalaris is on 1 throughout the day. So you both lost.
No, it's not.
Did you get 2, Kalaris?
No. I got 2. I'm pretty sure I got 2. Did I get 2? I must have.
Oh, I got 3 in the day? Oh, yeah, we had Clear Vision. We had Nextria. Okay, I had 3. You had 2, and Max had 1. Okay, so
yeah.
Big boy Jason Kaplan gets to punish Maxman, and you know, his punishment for me was, and now that the show's over, I couldn't use the word host. However, that was a very bad punishment. I could think of things way better than that. Some of them I can't really use on air. But tomorrow, Max, do you know what your punishment is? Would you like to find out?
Oh no. Okay, go on. Just do it. Yeah.
It's all right. Every time you speak tomorrow, you have to address Kalaris and I as nobility, and you're a lonely peasant. Every sentence you say. No. Well, close.
Probably this is like the worst thing. I hate this timeline. Well, that, it's horrible.
Well, I mean, okay, I'll give you the option. Wax your eyebrows on air. Speak to us as we're nobility the entire day.
I can get that crown that I wore in the monster segment if you want. I can bring my servants back.
Okay. I don't enjoy this, but well,
can you give us a
punishment
little
for a
taste,
reason.
Max?
Maybe not for the entire show, eh?
No, that's tomorrow. I'm not giving you any more than you'll deserve. No, you're getting that tomorrow.
Smart. I'll give you that, Max. Well, you know what? I appreciate you going along with it, and we'll see how it's going to work out tomorrow. Obviously, make sure you guys at home are tuned in to watch. And you mentioned a king hat for Monster. Is that right, Cars?
Yeah, that's right. Because only kings drink Monster. And queens.
Well, kings and people who have beasts to be unleashed, I guess I should say. Yeah, Monster Energy, official engineering partner here at PMPL EU Champs. Well, that's going to do it for the day here. We've had 6 other matches happen. We're halfway through. We're 50% of the way done until we find out who our champion's going to be, taking home $40,000 in prizes. And the only way to find out is to keep watching and keep tuning in when we're back at the same time tomorrow.